Chapter 975, Startling a Heavenly Body Tier Cultivator. This slash was incredibly dazzling, and even the sun in the sky appeared dull in comparison. This wasn't a great elite of the sun-moon tier, but instead a great elite of the heavenly body tier. Ling Han's first reaction was to hide into the black tower. This wasn't a question of courage. Even though his physique was already on par with level 2 godly metal, it was still doubtless that he would turn into dust if he was struck by this slash. Wong. Right at this moment, however, a golden staff instantly descended from the sky and appeared before him. Streaks of divine patterns lit up on the staff, forming a golden zone that protected both him and Shui Yinyu and Hu Feiyun, who were standing behind him. Ding. The sword light slashed into the staff, sending up a long streak of sparks. Boom. A terrifying shock wave slid past the two sides and roof of the golden zone. These were streaks of sword patterns, and their vicious sharpness caused even the space to become unstable. It was as if space were going to tear apart. You dare attempt to kill my people before me? What courage! A mighty figure appeared before Ling Han and firmly grabbed the staff. A domineering aura was radiated from his body. He was Ding Lian, one of the 7 generals of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire. He had a burly figure, and wore a crimson armor that was etched full of divine patterns. It was evidently a god tool. His black hair billowed in the air, and coupled with the golden staff in his hand, he appeared like an invincible god of war. One man guarded the pass and even 10,000 wouldn't be able to break through. The most renowned battle of this elite was when he charged into the Eternity Sky Majestic Empire by himself and killed a traitor in the imperial capital of the enemy. In the end, he managed to successfully break back out and return to the Chaotic Star's majestic empire. Of course, he also paid a huge price for it and almost lost his life. He only recovered from his wounds after recuperating for several hundred years. According to rumors, he still suffered from the side effects, or else he might have already broken through to the medium extreme of the heavenly body tier. Ha, what a heavy accusation, great general. He's merely a cultivator at the mountain river tier, and this king has already killed countless such cultivators. It's as simple as flicking my fingers. A middle-aged male slowly walked out. His skin was white, even a little transparent. King Lan, do you want to battle against me? Ding Lian raised his staff and pointed it toward the middle-aged male. His fighting spirit soared, and the image of a star formed behind his back, exuding a might that desired to suppress the sky. If the target of his staff had been an ordinary person, perhaps their entire body would have already exploded. However, the middle-aged male whom he referred to as King Lan was completely unaffected. He was a crowned king of the Jade Drop Majestic Empire, and not only was he powerful, but his status was also extremely lofty. Thus, he naturally wasn't afraid of Ding Lian. This king wants the life of this brat, he said softly. He must die today. Ling Han chuckled coldly and said, Dare I ask, King Lan, where I have offended you? He originally didn't have the right to converse with elites of the heavenly body tier. However, this person was trying to kill him, so why would he care about such formalities? A look of disdain flashed across King Lan's face. A mere ant of the mountain river tier actually dared to stand while speaking to him? What gall! He didn't reply and merely stared at Ding Lian. Ding Lian's expression was cold. You think I don't know that this little buddy reached the Crimson Lake Island 3 times? Are you afraid that he'll become a huge threat to the Jade Drop Majestic Empire in the future? Ah, so what if that's the case? King Lan didn't refute this claim. At their tier, it was beneath them to lie through their teeth. He laughed and said, however, this brat merely has some potential. Even if he can realize it, that's still a matter for at least tens of thousands of years later. Great General Ding, what's the point of protecting him? Well then, why is King Lan so anxious to kill him? Ding Lian rebutted. Great General Ding, I've heard that you secretly have a crush on the Empress. Aren't you afraid that this prodigy is going to attract her attention and perhaps even... King Lan suddenly changed the topic. This was also Ding Lian's weakness. He was deep in love with the Empress of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire, and this was a secret that was known by almost everyone. However, his status was too lofty and his strength was too powerful, and the other person was more so the Empress of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire. As a result, not many dared to raise this matter. Now that King Lan publicly spoke of this matter, Ding Lian's expression instantly became dark. A petrifying killing intent seeped out from his body. The Empress was his weakness, and she was also his reverse scale one. She was more so a holy figure who couldn't be violated. King Lan, are you seeking death? Ding Lian was simmering with killing intent. He loved the Empress of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire deeply, yet he was too ashamed of himself to pursue her. He believed that not a single male in the world was worthy of being with the Empress. Now, however, someone actually dared to disrespect the Empress. This made him seethe with rage. King Lan's heart jolted. He hadn't envisioned that he would fail to drive a wedge between them, and instead would end up enraging Ding Lian. What an absolute backfire. This general also thinks that this brat is an eyesore. I also want to end his life. Another voice sounded, and a white-robed male suddenly appeared beside Ding Lian and King Lan. His face was jade-like and he possessed a rarely seen beauty. However, his amorous eyes were far too lustful, and it was clear that he was someone who had tangled with many women. Qi Feng. Ding Lian said in a deep voice. Qi Feng was a great general of the Eternity Sky Majestic Empire. His status was equivalent to Ding Lian's, and his strength was also similar to Ding Lian's. When Ding Lian had charged into the Eternity Sky Majestic Empire, he was the main elite who had pursued him. It was a pity that Ding Lian had succeeded in fleeing back to the Chaotic Star's majestic empire, however, and this was something that continued to weigh on his mind. Could be said that they were old enemies. However, the three majestic empires hadn't gone to war for a long time, and thus they also hadn't been able to battle each other for a long time. Ding Lian, hand that brat over. Otherwise, I won't mind teaming up with King Lan. Qi Feng threatened sinisterly. Ling Han was astonished. He had merely reached the island 3 times, and now even elites of the heavenly body tier wanted to slay him on the spot. We've truly drawn too much attention this time. Shui Yinyu whispered. After reaching the island twice, Zhao Luan also met with the threat of death when he left. However, he had already shot to fame at that time, so in addition to Great General Sha Jing, he also had Great General Zhao Jianbai protecting him in secret. It was thanks to them that the Eternity Sky and Jade Drop majestic empires weren't able to kill him. There was an anxious look on her face. Who would have imagined that Ling Han would be so freakish and reach the Crimson Lake Island 3 times? This was several times more freakish than Zhao Luan, and it would be strange if the other 2 majestic empires didn't try to kill him. However, there was only one great general here in Ding Lian. How could he possibly block 2 great elites of the heavenly body tier? King Lan sneered coldly as he wrapped his arms before his chest. Meanwhile, Ding Lian appeared to be in a wild state, and he brandished his staff for a moment before resting it onto his shoulder. You 2 can try. However, I'm warning you, if one of you tries to battle me while the other attempts to kill him, don't blame me for being merciless. These youths that you brought over, none of them will survive. King Lan and Great General Qi Feng's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Meanwhile, the youths from the 2 other majestic empires also trembled in fear. These words were uttered by an elite of the heavenly body tier, so who would dare to treat it as an empty threat? Ding Lian, let this general test which stage you've cultivated your Northern Desert Crimson Sun technique to. Qi Feng raised his fists as he spoke. He looked like a frail scholar, yet his expertise was none other than fist techniques. He was renowned for his ferocious close-quarter combat. This king would also like to have a taste of General Ding's supreme staff techniques. King Lan brandished his sword and released boundless divine might. Chapter 976. Intent Realm of Invincibility. Ding Lian was brimming with fighting spirit as he ferociously charged toward King Lan and Qi Feng. Dazzling golden light soared into the sky as he swiped with his staff, and it was as if he were about to shake the stars off from the sky. Fortunately, this wasn't a small world. Every star was potentially as big as the Joint Peace Planet, and they were all situated tremendously far away from here. If they could truly be shaken from the sky, then wouldn't the Joint Peace Planet have already been destroyed countless times? Anyhow, the might of an elite at the heavenly body tier was still formidable. Once Ding Lian entered into action, the entire desolate plain tremored, and the vast stretch of land started to crack and fracture. The land was completely unable to withstand the might of a heavenly body tier cultivator. Everyone hurriedly retreated. Even elites at the Sun Moon tier would be killed if they were caught up in this strike, let alone them cultivators who were only at the Mountain River tier. Moreover, they were only at the low extreme of the Mountain River tier, and such a strike could obliterate them in the blink of an eye. King Lan and Qi Feng moved together, and their fist and sword both struck toward Ding Lian's golden staff. Pum! A huge force instantly exploded outward when the fist and sword collided with the staff, and the zone that they were in was instantly enveloped by gold, white, and black light. A shock wave spread outward, and even those who had already retreated far into the distance were still violently shaken. 90% of people there started to vomit blood. When the light disappeared, everyone could see that Ding Lian still remained in his attacking posture. Meanwhile, King Inlan's sword and Qi Feng's fist also remained on the body of his staff. It was as if they had turned into stone statues. Let us fight in the sky to our heart's content. The three people soared into the sky, and immediately commenced an intense battle. Only elites at the heavenly body tier could wield the regulations of the immortal realm and fly through the skies. This time, their might climbed explosively, reaching a level more than 100 times stronger than before. It was evident that they had been worried about accidentally obliterating their own forces just then. Thus they had all held back significantly. Boom. Bursts of light and shock waves ripped through the sky, and even the radiance of the sun became veiled and dim. Almost everyone was knocked off their feet, and only a measly few people could remain standing. Ling Han could only just see the battle between the three elites after activating his Eye of Truth. Their speed was incredible and they continuously charged and slid past each other. Their actions far exceeded the limits of a mountain river tier cultivator's sight. Ding Lian walked a path of dominance, and every strike from his staff was direct and without fussing. At his tier there was already not much need for techniques anyway. He was almost one with his staff arts, and the Tao of heaven and earth would naturally be imbued in all of his strikes. As a result, his attacks were all extremely terrifying. However, he had two equally powerful opponents, with both Qi Feng and King Inlan also being at the peak stage of the low extreme of the heavenly body tier. In fact, they were both 4-star geniuses as well, and neither of them was weaker than Ding Lian. Right now, Ding Lian was still evenly matched with them. However, how long could he last? Ling Han couldn't help but feel anxious. Once Ding Lian was defeated, the two elites would definitely turn their attention to him. Am I an easy target now? Ling Han was extremely pissed. However, he had no option but to admit that he was indeed an easy target right now. He was born in a small world and he had only just advanced to the mountain river tier as well. So what if he was a 5 or 6-star genius? Any force here could bully him. My strength is far from sufficient. Ling Han's mind whirred. He had 8 mountain river stones right now, which was enough to help him to the peak stage of the low extreme. Moreover, since there were treasures such as mountain river stones in this world, there were likely other similar treasures that could also rapidly raise one's cultivation level. He needed to advance to the medium extreme, high extreme and consummate level as soon as possible, and then break through to the Sun-Moon tier. Only after reaching the Sun-Moon tier would he not be an easy target for others. After all, there were only so many cultivators at the heavenly body tier in the Joint Peace Planet. At that time he would be able to leave the Joint Peace Planet and search for the Rock Palace, the Heaven Sword Palace as well as the other forces. As he mulled over this, the battle in the sky had already become increasingly intense, and arrived at a crescendo. King Inlan and Qi Feng started to unleash their might, and both released a powerful god tool. King Inlan unleashed a treasure bottle that hovered above his head and poured down wisps of mystical energy. This was Tian-E mystical energy, and each wisp was as heavy as a mountain and incredibly resilient against attacks. They formed an extremely powerful defensive barrier around his body. Meanwhile, Qi Feng had retrieved a treasure mirror that spat out a column of light from time to time. It possessed a formidable destructive power, and with a single strike even lofty mountains would be instantly razed to the ground. Ding Lian also had a god tool. The golden staff he was wielding was forged from high-level godly metal and also etched with the martial intent of his entire lifetime. It was almost one with his body, and each strike that he performed could flawlessly unleash his power. Coupled with the boost from god tools, his battle prowess was relatively frightening. However, he was battling against 2 people after all, and each one of them was capable of fighting him alone. One harassed him while the other attacked, and this put huge pressure on Ding Lian. Fortunately, the armor he wore was also a god tool. Its divine patterns lit up and formed a light barrier that would prevent him from being wounded unless it was shattered. The problem was, this barrier barely lasted for a moment under the frenzied attacks from the 2 elites, and it pretty much shattered after a few strikes. After a short while, Ding Lian's body had already become riddled with many new wounds. How much longer could he last? Great General Ding, what's the point? He's merely a weakling of the mountain river tier. King Inlan didn't want to push him into a corner. Wounding his opponent was one matter, but trying to kill him was a completely different matter. If such an elite unleashed their full strength, they would definitely be able to drag one of them down with him. Even if they didn't die, they would still suffer unrecoverable wounds. Ding Lian wore a cold expression as he stood drenched in blood. Most of the blood was his, but some of it was also from King Enlan and Qi Feng. His black hair billowed in the air and he appeared much like a demon god. He roared with laughter and said, "Speak after you defeat me." His staff technique suddenly changed, unexpectedly becoming extremely slow. Ha. Serious expressions appeared on King Enlan and Qi Feng's faces. In fact, there was even a hint of nervousness. "This is the intent realm of the Supreme Staff Technique's 9th form," Qi Feng exclaimed. He was an old rival of Ding Lian, thus he was naturally extremely familiar with his staff techniques. The Supreme Staff Technique had a total of 9 forms, yet these were not specific techniques. Instead, they were 9 different kinds of intent realms, each being extremely flexible and capable of a myriad of changes. This was common among god-level techniques. They taught one how to channel power and utilize regulations rather than teaching one how to use set strikes or techniques. For example, the ultimate arrow was a technique that taught one how to maximize the might of their shot. Regarding the Supreme Staff Technique, each form was more powerful than its predecessor. The 9th form was more so rumored to be invincible. Of course, the label invincible was clearly an exaggeration. However, since it could be labeled as an intent realm of invincibility, this staff technique was definitely extremely powerful. Ding Lian hadn't been able to master this intent realm even though he had spent 1,000,000 years practicing it. But what about now? This intent realm could raise his battle prowess by 1/3 of a star, or perhaps even half a star. He was already a 4-star genius, thus elevating his battle prowess by even 1/10 would be extremely terrifying, let alone a full half-star. King Enlan and Qi Feng both cursed their misfortune in their minds. How are we so unfortunate? Chapter 977, Abandoning Killing Intent. Ding Lian had definitely only mastered this 9th form just then, as the intent realm that he displayed was extremely crude. Couldn't you have mastered this later? King Enlan and Qi Feng both grumbled in their minds. At their tier, it was already extremely difficult to raise their strength anymore. They had all been stuck at the heavenly body tier for tens of thousands of years, thus they had already tempered their cultivation level to an extremely sturdy state. It was immensely difficult to raise their power by even a tiny amount. However, if they could become even a tiny bit stronger, it would be enough for them to enjoy an advantage when facing off against powerful enemies. Ding Lian smiled proudly and said, "Eat my staff." He raised his staff and was just about to strike down. However, streaks of golden light gathered as he raised his staff, and they surprisingly formed into a circle of 36 Ding Lian. They encircled King Enlan and Qi Feng, and like a group of golden war Buddhas, they all raised their staffs in unison. King Enlan and Qi Feng didn't dare underestimate these Ding Lians, and they both raised their battle prowess to the extreme. Their opponent had managed to take another small step beyond his limit, and this caused a sense of trepidation to well up in their hearts. Boom. The 36 Ding Lians attacked in unison. Peng 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 peng. The sky once again became a swirl of brilliant colors, making the entire heaven and earth appear dim in comparison. The brilliant colors were too dazzling, and as such, the contrast was too stark. When the brilliant colors disappeared, everyone could see the blood seeping from the corners of King Enlan and Qi Feng's mouths. It was clear that they had been wounded. Pooh. Ding Lian also spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the blood was gold, and it immediately started to combust when it exited his mouth. It burned into thin air before it could even reach the ground. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Qi Feng was roaring with laughter. Ding Lian, you haven't truly mastered the 9th form of the Supreme Staff Technique yet. You only forcefully activated it by combusting your own blood essence. You're fighting with your life. How many times can you unleash such a technique? Ding Lian stood proudly in the air, his fighting spirit soaring as his black hair billowed behind his back. He appeared extremely confident and he said, "Rest assured, it's definitely enough to kill you." Qi Feng's domineering aura was outdone, and he involuntarily humphed. He genuinely wanted to kill Ling Han and rid themselves of a future threat. However, he definitely wouldn't persist if this meant receiving severe wounds or perhaps even sacrificing his life. Ding Lian showed that he had the determination to battle to the death. Yet Qi Feng lacked this kind of firm resolution. Thus, it was very likely that he would lose if they continued to fight. King Enlan also frowned. He hadn't expected that Ding Lian would be willing to sacrifice his life for a cultivator of the Mountain River tier. It was said that Ding Lian was the most loyal to the Empress of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire out of the 7 generals. By the looks of it, this was not false. The Empress had tasked him with escorting and protecting these cultivators, so he did so without cutting any corners at all. In fact, he was even willing to sacrifice his life to complete this task. An elite of the heavenly body tier is actually this foolishly loyal? King Enlon had never seen the Empress of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire before, and he had only heard of her great renown. She was lauded as the greatest beauty of the world, and even the emperors and kings of the other 2 majestic empires were enchanted by her beauty. Curiosity involuntarily welled up in his heart, and he suddenly felt a strong desire to meet this empress, who was surprisingly able to elicit such a stubborn loyalty from Ding Lian. Qi Feng's mind had already been thrown into disarray, and he also didn't have the resolve to battle to the death. As such, there was no need for this battle to continue. King Enlon smiled faintly and said, "Since Great General Ding is so determined, I'll give you some face. This brat. I won't try to kill him anymore." In any case, Ling Han was only at the low extreme of the mountain river tier right now, and he was still eons away from reaching the heavenly body tier. There would be numerous chances to kill him in the future. Qi Feng remained silent. He was extremely unhappy about his aura being suppressed by his mortal enemy. Ding Lian chuckled coldly as he rested his staff on his shoulder, completely ignoring King Enlan's words. Face was earned, not given. However, we can spare him, but it should be fine if the youths test their mettle against each other, no? King Enlan's tone suddenly changed, and it was clear that he still hadn't abandoned the thought of killing Ling Han. No problem. Ding Lian answered without hesitation. He waved a hand and said, "I won't interfere if their cultivation level is the same or if their age is the same. If Ling Han lost under such conditions, then such trash didn't deserve pity even if they died." The 3 elites descended back onto the ground. King Enlon wore a sinister smile as he asked, "Which of you is going to battle against that prodigy from the Chaotic Star's majestic empire? I'll accept whoever can kill that human as my disciple." Qi Feng directly offered a valuable reward. At this moment, no one dared to accept. Numerous people had witnessed Ling Han's abilities at the Crimson Lake. In their minds, he was a complete freak. He was completely unscathed even after falling into the corrosive Crimson Lake. Who could defeat such a formidable defense? Moreover, him reaching the island 3 times spoke volumes about his abilities. The gravity fields of the floating stones didn't change according to one's cultivation level. Rather, they remained the same for everyone. So, what did Ling Han reaching the island 3 times signify then? It signified that his power and physique were above any other person's at the low extreme. Winning honor and glory for one's own majestic empire was undoubtedly desirable. However, what if they lost? Under the watchful gazes of so many people, it would be a complete and utter humiliation. King Enlon and Qi Feng's expressions involuntarily darkened. No one dared to challenge Ling Han, and this result brought them great embarrassment. Wow. Blockhead is so impressive now. He's so impressive that no one dares to challenge him? Li Weiwei was both astonished and excited. Even when Zhao Luan had been shooting to fame, there was still an occasional prodigy or 2 from the other 2 majestic empires who would come to challenge him. However, Ling Han was so powerful that no one dared challenge him. This was definitely a historical feat. Tang Feng involuntarily clenched his fists in jealousy and hatred. He swore that he would challenge Ling Han when he got back, and he swore that he would knock Ling Han off his divine altar. Bunch of trash. Qi Feng angrily waved his hand. Fuck off back to the ship. The cultivators from the Eternity Sky Majestic Empire all hurried back to their warship with their tails between their legs. Who told them to lack the courage to challenge Ling Han? King Enlon sighed and also ordered his cultivators back to the ship. The 2 elites both looked at Ling Han deeply before issuing commands to return to their respective majestic empires. They decided to let the matter slide this time. At any rate, Ling Han was still a long way off from reaching the heavenly body tier, and they could always employ the services of the Dark Knight Hall in the future. How hard could it be to kill a cultivator of the Mountain River tier? Let's return. Ding Lian also waved everyone onto the ship. After everyone boarded, he immediately entered a cabin. His face instantly became gold, and he heavily kneeled onto the floor as cold sweat rushed down his face. How could he not pay a price for facing 2 elites alone? Moreover, he had even forcefully activated the 9th form of his Supreme Staff technique at the end. This placed a tremendous burden on him, and he had only forcefully retained his composure in order to deter King Lan and Qi Feng. Otherwise, how would the two of them give up so easily? The warship quickly entered the Chaotic Star's majestic empire's territory, and Ding Lian was finally able to heal his wounds by drawing upon the power of the nation. This calmed him down greatly. Right now, he wouldn't be afraid even if the two elites came to their senses and turned around to give chase. He could utilize the power of the nation, and this would raise his battle prowess by another 1 star. As a result, he would be able to easily suppress the other two elites. After arriving at the imperial capital, everyone scattered to return to their own clans and sections. However, everyone cast an extra glance toward Ling Han before they left. This prodigy would soar without limits, yet without a firm backstage, such geniuses were prone to dying on their path to glory. Chapter 978, To the Library Again. When those who had entered the Heavenly Sea Mystery Realm returned, a shocking piece of news spread, instantly shaking the whole imperial capital. Someone had crossed the Crimson Lake Island 3 times. But to the majority they completely did not know what that meant. Was that very awesome? Immediately someone told them, "Do you know Zhao Luan?" In the past, even Zhao Luan managed to reach the island twice, and he was already the first in 1,000 years. With such a comparison, everyone had some idea. Who was Zhao Luan? He was a real genius that everyone thought highly of, certain that he could advance into heavenly body tier in future. Moreover, it was possible that such a genius only appeared once every million years. Now, there was another one that was even greater than Zhao Luan. Who exactly is this Ling Han? You still don't know? He came from a small world. What, someone from a small world could also be that awesome? You think you can deceive me just because I haven't studied much? I'm not someone that has not seen a cultivator that has ascended from a small world. In the Shattering Void tier, they would only have battle prowess of 15 stars at most, and are practically trash. That's your fault for being ill-informed and ignorant. This person is the emperor of a small world that has come through opening the sky. Hiss. If the fact that Ling Han represented the Chaotic Star's majestic empire and won the first place in the competition between the 3 nations caused his reputation to rise, then now, his name really rung out through the whole imperial capital, and became known to all the forces in the city. If he could mature, this man could very possibly become an ultimate elite of the heavenly body tier in the future. Of course, the heavenly body tier was too difficult to reach. Firstly, doing so required a great amount of time, and secondly, required an extremely large amount of resources. If there wasn't a powerful force to support him, this perhaps would remain only a possibility. Some Sun-Moon tier forces had already decided to make Ling Han their son-in-law. As long as Ling Han nodded, they would nurture him with all their resources in hand, and in the future their own clan would naturally become a clan with a heavenly body tier elite, and become an influential force on the joint peace planet. But there were also some forces that revealed killing intent towards Ling Han, for example, the Luo clan. They would definitely not allow Ling Han to mature and reach his full potential. Amidst these turbulent waves in the darkness, Ling Han returned to the academy. The first thing he did was inform the academy beforehand that he was planning to attempt breaking through into the Mountain River tier. Presently, he had only raised his cultivation level with the aid of Mountain River stones, and lacked personal comprehension. He would only be limited to the peak stage of the low extreme, and could not possibly advance further than that. He had to cultivate an immortal level cultivation technique to truly become an immortal. The academy attached great importance to this matter, and deliberately sent out a well-experienced elder to safeguard his Dao. Firstly, he naturally had to learn an immortal level cultivation technique. Without the experience of a predecessor, and he had to invent his own cultivation technique, and that was definitely not a matter of 8 or 10 years, but an extensive project that would take a few hundred to a few thousand years of time. Cultivation techniques of the low extreme were gifted by the academy, but from the medium extreme onwards, cultivation techniques had to be redeemed through academic credits. However, because Ling Han had reached the Crimson Lake Island 3 times, the higher-ups of the Northern Institution were naturally very pleased, and hence rewarded him with 1,000 academic credits. One had to understand that an ordinary student of the low extreme would not be able to earn so many academic credits even in 10 years. This was very, very generous. The cultivation technique that he was cultivating now was called 7-Star Secrets, a very ordinary cultivation technique. Every student could obtain this cultivation technique from the academy after they had reached the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier. Since it was free, it was naturally impossible that it would be any high-grade item. After all, there was nothing so nice like reaping a harvest when no seeds were sown. The person safeguarding his Dao was responsible for explaining cultivation techniques, and Ling Han could ask him for guidance if there was anything he did not understand. An ordinary student would have 3 days to ask for guidance, but Ling Han had 7. This naturally was proof of the generous fondness of the higher-ups of the Northern institution. However, Ling Han merely used 1 day to ask for guidance, and on the second day he began to achieve enlightenment in seclusion. Firstly, his comprehension ability was indeed amazing, and secondly, he was already standing in the low extreme, so if he turned back to achieve enlightenment of his cultivation on this level, the difficulty was naturally considerably lesser than it was for others. After all, the difficulty was in teaching you how to achieve enlightenment regarding the regulations of the heavens and earth to form your mountain river. Now that his mountain river had already taken form, he had skipped the most difficult step. Ling Han drew out a flame mountain river stone, and as he comprehended the secrets of the mountain river tier, he continued to refine it. In this manner, he would be able to attain a more visible and physical comprehension. After this mountain river stone was refined, he had also advanced into the peak stage of the low extreme. He did not stop, but rather continued to refine mountain river stones, wanting to charge up to the maximum limit of the low extreme in a single go. He had made a miscalculation. 4 mountain river stones were completely insufficient to raise his cultivation level to the maximum of the low extreme. The resources required for every step forward would also be double the last. After he had refined 4 flame mountain river stones, he discovered a problem. He had not reached the maximum of the low extreme, but no more divine patterns could be emblazoned on the large mountain, and his dantianth maximum limit was 9. If I refine any more special mountain river stones, that would only be pure waste. I can only continue to do so after I have advanced into the medium extreme and formed the second mountain river. Ling Han drew out an ordinary mountain river stone and began refining. This would only increase his cultivation level, but did not possess any special effects. Hence, this was not a waste. Lamb at least 3 mountain river stones away from reaching the maximum of the low extreme. Ling Han shook his head. He had not imagined that the distance would be so wide because the early stage of the low extreme only needed a single mountain river stone. However, at least I am now truly a mountain river tier cultivator. He smiled. After 4 days, he had finally comprehended the secrets of mountain river tier, and become a genuine immortal who had potential to continue advancing. In his dantian, the first mountain river had also been magnified by about 100-fold, and was no longer smaller than other mountain rivers. I have just learnt the 7-star secrets and it is going to expire soon. I will need a new cultivation technique. Otherwise, I would not be able to break through to the medium extreme. This is not something that mountain river stones can help with. Ling Han shook his head. The grade of the cultivation technique directly decided the speed and pace of cultivation. Hence, he had to save up enough academic credits to redeem an awesome cultivation technique. After he came out of seclusion, he made a report to the academy that he would be leaving the Shattering Void tier division in future, and officially step into the low extreme division. Because the academy attached great importance to him, they had long since made the arrangements for him. After he came out of seclusion, his new proof of identity was already waiting for him. Thus, Ling Han went to the library. Firstly, he had to look around for a cultivation technique for the medium extreme. Even if he did not have any academic credits to redeem it, he had to find out what the price was first, right? Secondly, he also wanted to pay a visit to Old Man Su. He had gotten an awesome technique from him, and he had yet to thank him properly for it. He strolled and very quickly arrived at the library. Everything was just as it had been. Old Man Su was seated at the entrance, looking like he was about to nod off. "Greetings, senior." Ling Han walked over and greeted him respectfully. "You're back?" Old Man Su asked casually without opening his eyes. "I'm back," Ling Han answered with a nod. "Go on." Old Man Su waved him off. Ling Han nodded again. He pressed a hand on the stone plaque at the entrance, and obtained a new level of permission. He could now ascend to the second floor. He went to the second floor. The bookshelves here were double the number on the first floor. However, their contents were not books in the traditional meaning of the word, but rather multiple bone plaques. Some were even complete bones. There were also some pieces of godly metal that were covered with divine patterns, exuding an ancient air. Chapter 979, Universal 8 Desolation Technique. There were restrictions set up outside these shelves as protection. If one stretched his hand out, an introduction to the secret techniques within would be displayed, for example, whether they were cultivation techniques or martial arts techniques, what grade they were, of what elemental alignment they were, and so on. More importantly, you'd also know how many academic credits was needed to redeem them. If you had enough academic credits, then you could immediately spend your academic credits to dissolve the restriction to read through them. Furthermore, you would be allowed to undergo comprehension here for 10 days. However, if you still wanted to continue comprehension after the 10 days, you would have to spend academic credits again, though the amount would be halved. This would also give one enough motivation to make as much use of time as possible. Even though immortals could easily have hundred thousands to millions of years of life, having reached this level, one should know that if he wanted to ascend to a high peak, there really never was enough time no matter how much there was. Ling Han merely read the introduction. He should at least have some idea before he could decide which cultivation technique he would choose to cultivate. Many of the cultivation techniques here were very cheap, and only needed a few dozen academic credits. However, there were also expensive ones like the Black Thunderground River Secrets. It actually needed 5,000 academic credits, which dumbfounded Ling Han. Who could afford to redeem it? But when he thought that an ordinary student would have to stay over 5,000 years in the low extreme division, as he calculated, 5,000 academic credits was really not that much. Moreover, the Black Thunderground River Secrets was not the most expensive cultivation technique. There were some that cost more than 10,000. In the immortal realm, cultivation techniques were divided into a total of 10 levels, with level 1 as the lowest and level 10 as the highest. For example, the 7-star secrets that Ling Han had learnt before was one of the lowest grade level 1 cultivation technique. Moreover, even if you were given the complete 7-star secrets, you could only cultivate to consummate level of the Mountain River tier at most. Here, the highest level cultivation technique was level 4. Meanwhile, according to Shui Yinyu, the inherited cultivation technique of the Shui clan, Moon-Shattering Secrets, was level 5. Unfortunately, no matter how outrageously bold Shui Yinyu was, she would not dare to teach him the cultivation technique secretly. If she did, both she and Ling Han would be dead. To any clan or sect, the cultivation technique was the most important inheritance, and would definitely not be passed on easily. This is good, that is good too, just that they are all so expensive. Ling Han sighed repeatedly. At first, he had thought that he could go on a spending spree with the 1,000 academic credits that he had gotten as a reward from the academy. Only after he had gone through the shelves did he realize how poor he was. I can first redeem a low-level cultivation technique, and break through to the medium extreme. Then I can save up slowly to redeem a higher-level cultivation technique. Ling Han made his decision, but did not immediately proceed to redeem any. He came down from upstairs, and just when he was about to leave, he saw Old Man Su had opened his eyes and said to him, "Young man, walk with this old man." This old man actually opened his mouth and offered him an invitation. Ling Han could not help but feel overwhelmed by the favor he was shown and said, "Please, senior." Old Man Su stood up and walked ahead, minding his own business. Ling Han meanwhile followed behind, maintaining a respectful attitude. The Scarlet Heaven Academy was incredibly huge, and there were dense forests and gardens everywhere on the academy grounds. The two of them arrived at the bank of a lake. Light was reflected off the rippling waves, looking like a mad dance of thousands of golden snakes. "I heard about your performance in the Heavenly Sea Mystery Realm." Old Man Su turned to look back at Ling Han with a smile and said, "Very good." "Thank you for your compliment, senior," Ling Han replied modestly. Old Man Su laughed, stroked his beard and said, "Have you chosen any cultivation technique just now?" "To tell the truth, senior, this junior has indeed chosen a few cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, I am embarrassingly short on funds, and do not have nearly enough to redeem any of them," Ling Han answered with a shake of his head. Old Man Su said, "I do have a cultivation technique that I can teach you. However, I want you to agree to a condition." "What condition?" Ling Han asked. "In the future, if you encounter the highest Jade Essence heart, you must retrieve it for me at all costs." Old Man Su's eyes lit up. A strange image of suns, moons, and stars started shining in his eyes. His whole person seemed to be exuding a supreme air of dominance. At this moment he was no longer an old man. If it wasn't for the fact that his hair was still white, and his face was covered with wrinkles, anyone would think that he was a stalwart, strong man of 7 feet. Ling Han was at a loss. He asked, "What is the highest Jade Essence heart?" If you encounter it, you will naturally find out. Old Man Su only exhibited a bit of his might, and his aura immediately ebbed away like the tide, with him turning back into a decrepit old man. He waved a hand dismissively and said, "Your present cultivation level is still too low, so even if you think about it, it will come to nothing." "How completely frank. Do you not think that will be a blow to my ego? Does Senior not worry that I will not try my best?" Ling Han asked. After all, he had only asked him to try his very best to retrieve it in a situation when he encountered it, but did not ask him to search for it with all his might. This and that were two very different stories. Old Man Su laughed loudly and said, "Then I would have misjudged you." Ling Han nodded. "Then please teach me, Senior." This cultivation technique is called the Universal 8 Desolation Technique, but all I got was an incomplete scroll. I could only cultivate to the consummate level of the heavenly body tier. As for after that, it would be up to you to think of a way, Old Man Su said. This cultivation technique sounded awesome. Universal 8 Desolation Technique, so he would be the sole supreme existence. Dare I ask what grade this cultivation technique is at? Ling Han questioned. Old Man Su thought for a moment and then with a shake of his head said, "I am not sure about that either. However, as far as I know, in terms of rate of advancement, and in terms of the quality of origin power cultivated from this technique, it would definitely not be inferior to anyone on the Joint Peace Planet." These words were a bit boastful. The whole Joint Peace Planet? Then wouldn't that include the 3 majestic empires as well? He drew out a piece of jade, tossing it over to Ling Han and said, "The cultivation technique is recorded on this. Comprehend it on your own, and if there is anything that you do not understand, you can come and ask me." "Thank you, Senior." Ling Han solemnly put the jade away. This favor was overwhelmingly huge. If it was really as what Old Man Su had said, that the grade of the Universal 8 Desolation Technique was not inferior to that of any existing cultivation technique on the Joint Peace Planet, then he needed only send it to be auctioned, and this would lead to a frenzied snatching from everyone. After all, a treasure like the Mountain River Stone could only nurture a few geniuses, but a supreme cultivation technique could increase the overall level of a faction, and the effect would last generations. Ling Han did not make any empty boasts, but merely promised in his heart that if he discovered the location of the highest jade essence heart, he would try his utter best to retrieve it. He switched to new accommodations. The students of the low extreme division could not possibly stay together with the shattering void tier division. After Ling Han moved into his new quarters, he did not give anyone prior notice. Instead, he immediately began to cultivate in seclusion. He currently had 2 missions: recultivate the Universal 8 Desolation Technique and improve his body art to the immortal level. Meanwhile, some things happened during his seclusion. Feng very publicly issued a challenge towards Ling Han. Now that the 2 of them were students of the low extreme division of the Northern Institution, this was a battle between equals. However, because he was ranked at the high position that was the first place yet he still turned back to challenge Ling Han, it was slightly unreasonable. But who asked Ling Han to be so well known now? Everyone in the low extreme would be proud of defeating him, and wanted to ascend up the ranks by stepping on his head. Furthermore, if Feng did not beat Ling Han, others would think that his prized position in the first place was more in name than in fact. Aside from that, Zhao had also successfully broken through to the consummate level of Mountain River tier, and according to rumors had cultivated an ancient technique, which had incredibly frightening power. He was bestowed the rank of a 7th-rank military officer by the Empress. His name was engraved onto the nation's totem, so he could make use of power of the nation. All of a sudden, his fame suppressed Ling Han's. Chapter 980, Medium Extreme. Now, everyone in the imperial capital was very expectant. When would Ling Han be able to catch up to Zhao in cultivation level, and thus lead to an ultimate match between an older genius and a newer genius? Due to that, the underground casinos had already laid out the stakes, betting on the time left before the first battle between Ling Han and Zhao would explode. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and there were even 10 years to 100 years. The closer the time, the higher the stakes were. Though it was possible that this bet would only be realized in a few dozen years or even a few hundred years, there was still a considerable number of bettors. Luo clan residents. Luo Hongdao's face was ashen. For the sake of this trip into the Heavenly Sea Mystery Realm, the clan had paid an extremely heavy price just to attain 4 entry slots. But after those 4 had entered, they did not come back out again. Most importantly, the Crimson Ground locking net was lost as well. The price paid for attaining those 4 entry slots compared with the price of creating the Crimson Ground locking net was on completely 2 different levels. Even though the Crimson Ground locking net was only effective on living beings of the Mountain River tier, this type of god tool had always been rare, and was incredibly valuable. For it, even the Luo clan had suffered serious injury, and sacrificed a colossal part of their wealth. What is going on here? 4 of them went in, bringing the Crimson Ground locking net with them, so how could it be that not even one of them came back out? He exclaimed, slamming a hand on the table, appearing to be incredibly furious. In reply to Lord Patriarch, someone has seen that Ling Han was also inside that flame cave. Luo Qing answered. He was also an important pillar of support for the Luo clan with his cultivation level in the low extreme of the Sun Moon tier. Luo Hongdao's eyes froze over. Now, whenever he heard this name he would feel an unnamed rage. He humphed and said, "Are you telling me that it was that ant from a small world that has killed Luo Jian and the others?" Lord Patriarch, that Ling Han is a 4-star genius. Furthermore, with the help of Mountain River stones, his cultivation level has also reached the late stage or even the peak stage of the low extreme. His battle prowess should not be underestimated. Luo Qing exclaimed in full honesty. Luo Hongdao shook his head and said, Luo Jian and the others had brought the Crimson Ground locking net which could weaken their opponent by a minor level with them, so how much battle prowess could that ant show? At most, his battle prowess would only be in the peak stage of the low extreme, so how could he possibly be a match for Luo Jian and the others? Luo Qing could not answer either. This comparison of abilities was really too clear. The leader, Luo Xiang, was at the peak stage of the low extreme in the first place, and his battle prowess had even surpassed 4 stars. Fighting a Ling Han that had been trapped by the Crimson Ground locking net would surely end with a one-sided victory. Unless, the god tool did not take effect, but how could that be possible? Alright. News came from the Dark Knight Hall's side that the first attempt to assassinate Ling Han had failed, and now that Ling Han's cultivation level increased, they said they would have to raise the price if they were to continue the mission, Luo Qing said. Pah! That bunch of trash. Luo Hongdao threw down his teacup. They can't even deal with a shattering void tier cultivator, allowing him to jump around for so long, and now they actually want to raise the price? Then, should we abandon the request? Luo Qing asked cautiously. Luo Hongdao pondered for a moment and then asked, how much are they asking for? 100,000. Luo Hongdao almost jumped out of his seat. Why don't they go and steal that amount? He is only a lowlife of the low extreme of Mountain River tier, and has no background to speak of, yet they actually quoted such a high price? It was not the Luo clan could not afford this price, but to spend such an amount on a cultivator in the low extreme of the Mountain River tier. No matter how he thought about it, it was not worth it. That brat reached the Crimson Lake Island 3 times, and is just like a rising star. The price to assassinate him has naturally increased with the situation, Luo Qing explained. Luo Hongdao naturally knew this logic, he was just unwilling to accept it. After Luo Hongdao thought for a moment, he finally said, agree to it. We cannot have any relation to that brat's death. Yes. Luo Qing nodded. He was also in agreement on that. It was a little expensive, but if the Luo clan personally made a move, and they were found out, then the crime for killing a super rookie could either be light or heavy. It could even cause the entire Luo clan to be consigned to eternal damnation. The Universal 8 Desolation technique was extremely hard to cultivate. Ling Han's comprehension ability was already very high, but he had still spent a whole 7 days' time to completely understand the first level of this cultivation technique. He forgot the 7-star secrets, and had the origin power inside his body surge forward in a new manner. This cultivation technique could simultaneously draw on spiritual chi of 6 different elemental alignments, and the origin power formed was incredibly condensed. Hence, after Ling Han had switched to cultivating this technique, his cultivation level degraded at first. That was because he had to temper his origin power once more. It was just like when a piece of rough iron had to be tempered into steel, its weight would naturally decrease. Another 10 days later, Ling Han finally returned to his initial cultivation level. However, his battle prowess was slightly stronger than before. Next, he set the Universal 8 Desolation technique aside, and began cultivating his body art. He drew out spiritual meat to consume. It was a very nutritious item, its effects surpassing the effects of true origin stones greatly. Furthermore, he had obtained a good few kilograms of it. If he actually sold it all off, it would bring him an income of a few thousand true origin stones. However, because the numbers of immortal-level demonic beasts were decreasing, spiritual meat had also become something that had no lack of buyers, yet no one was willing to sell. It was not something as simple as a few thousand true origin stones. Spiritual meat needed not be cooked and could be directly consumed. When this meat was placed in his mouth, Ling Han felt as if he was eating the meat that had been reared in the Black Tower, and it was incomparably delicious. It was no wonder that spiritual meat was also one of the best delicacies of the immortal realm. However, a demonic beast of Mountain River tier would only be able to produce 50 to 200 grams of spiritual meat. The amount was really much too little. All he did was eat, then cultivate. Then he would eat again and go back to cultivation. Another month had passed, and his body art finally broke through to immortal level. In this period of over a month, he had not neglected his cultivation of origin power either. He had just managed to reach the real peak stage of the low extreme. Ling Han just continued his seclusion. He wanted to rush up to the medium extreme in a single go. He began to cultivate the second level of the Universal 8 Desolation technique, and spent another half a month's time to have a complete grasp of it. Then he drew out a large amount of true origin stones and began to barrage this great barrier. Ordinarily speaking, even the geniuses of the Scarlet Heaven Academy would need around 5,000 years to be able to complete this step. However, Ling Han had the help of the Mountain River stones, so he could skip over this process of accumulating origin power. Then he used the Universal 8 Desolation technique to reforge his origin power and stabilize his foundation so he could break through to the medium extreme in an extremely short time. This was amazing. With such a comparison, even Zhao Luan would have to admit that Ling Han was superior. Finally, he began the breaking through. Though this was only a breach of a minor level in the immortal realm, the gap between every minor level was extremely massive. Hence, the breakthrough at this step would bring about a fundamental change, for example, of the toughness of his physique or the vitality of his body. The most direct change was lifespan, which would be raised from 100,000 years to 200,000 years. No matter how freakish Ling Han was, he would not be able to succeed in a single step, because there were no mountain river stones that could solidify mountain rivers on his behalf, and he had to take it one step at a time. Thus, a whole 4 months later, Ling Han finally formed his second huge mountain. He immediately exited the Black Tower. He had stayed in the Black Tower for this entire half-year's time. That was the safest place. Quang! Loud thunder rung out in the sky, and dark clouds immediately came in a dense mass. There was lightning flickering in their depths. The heavenly tribulation was coming. Ling Han shot out, and came to the plaza that the Academy had deliberately set aside for undergoing the heavenly tribulation, ready to receive its arrival. Before he knew it, the first bolt of lightning had already struck. Chapter 981. Want to make some money? Ling Han greeted the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Initially, it was an incredibly simple matter for someone with his physique to safely endure the heavenly tribulation. His physique was on par with level 2 godly metal, and he could allow the tribulation to blast him as it liked, yet he would still be steadfast and unmoving. But if that was the case, his body would not be tempered, and his physique would only remain on its original level. Hence, for the sake of becoming stronger, he could only choose to take the initiative to shatter his own body, letting his godly bones, blood, and flesh suffer the barrage from the tribulation to be tempered and pounded in all ways. Then he would use the indestructible heaven scroll to rebuild the body after the destruction, forming the true him so his physique could improve to another level. Still, the last time he endured the heavenly tribulation had happened just over half a year ago, and now he had to endure it a second time. Even Ling Han shuddered internally at that. The feeling was really not something pleasant. If you want to become the strongest amongst your equals, and an invincible existence in the future, then you would have to endure difficulties others would not be able to. If not, what right would you have to be stronger than others? Small Tower's voice rung out in his mind. This Tsundra Tower always acted like it was lecturing him. Ling Han naturally knew that logic, but it was just saying empty words without experiencing it personally. This was really pain agonizing enough to cause him to want to die, yet he wasn't even allowed to complain a bit. Quang! The heavenly tribulation did not care how he felt. It would merely strike down one frightening attack after another, intending to erase him. Ling Han shattered his godly bones to endure the baptism by the heavenly tribulation. Someone was enduring a heavenly tribulation. This commotion was too huge, and naturally attracted the notice of those in the academy. However, there were really too many students inside the Scarlet Heaven Academy, so even if it was not every day that someone would be enduring a tribulation, there would indeed be someone enduring one here once every few days. Hence, some people had taken note, but it was only the few people that just happened to be in the vicinity, and it hadn't become a public spectacle. Moreover, at this moment, the heavenly tribulation had formed. Brilliant white lightning was dancing in the sky, and it was very difficult for any normal person to distinguish Ling Han's appearance, so he would naturally not garner more attention than this. Additionally, Ling Han was destroying his own body, and had become a mass of flesh of blood, so who could recognize him in that bloody pile? Some of them even thought Ling Han had become like this from being struck by the tribulation, and couldn't help but shake their heads as they wondered internally who this person could be. He was about to endure a tribulation, yet did not make adequate preparations. The tribulation had just begun, and he was already looking so horrible. He would definitely not be able to endure what came after. But what stunned them was that even if that idiot was more or less a pile of scrambled flesh, the heavenly tribulation still did not look like it was going to stop, and was still blasting down attacks quickly. It was apparent that that person was not dead yet. He didn't die even from that. The scene dumbfounded them. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and Ling Han had reformed his physical body. In the instant the tribulation dissipated, he wrapped a cloak around himself, and disappeared into thin air. There was nothing that could be done. He was now completely naked, so how could he see anyone like this? Did you guys see that person's appearance? No, he ran away too fast. This is really shocking. He had obviously been blasted so horribly by the heavenly tribulation, so how could he still come back to life? Could it be that he has consumed the alchemical pill that only exists in legends, 9 Deaths Reincarnation Divine Pill? That supreme divine pill that would still grant revival even after experiencing 9 deaths. Aside from this kind of divine pill, what else could have such nature-defying effects? Amidst the sounds of discussion of these people, Ling Han had already returned to his new courtyard. He hurriedly took a bath, then dressed himself, took out food ingredients and began barbecuing, planning to reward his stomach. He had not eaten or drunk already for a few months. Damn brat, where have you gone these few days? You made me look so hard for you. The big white cat appeared on the courtyard wall. Its nose was extremely sharp, and it had found its way here after smelling the delicious aroma of barbecued meat. This aroma was too familiar. Ling Han couldn't help but smile and said, "Are you actually a cat or a dog? Your nose is so keen." "I am a descendant of the white tiger." The big white cat meowed and pounced on Ling Han. You can speak?" Ling Han was astonished. When the big white cat made its move, he immediately discovered that its cultivation had reached the mountain river tier. Apparently, when demonic beasts advanced into the mountain river tier, they could take human form, so it would not be strange that this cat demon could speak human language. Instead, the strange thing was it had not assumed human form yet. "I am a descendant of the white tiger, so what is so strange about me being able to speak?" The big white cat attacked repeatedly. However, while it was true that it had advanced into mountain river tier, and it was also a fact that it was a descendant of the white tiger, Ling Han's cultivation level was higher, and his abilities were similarly freakish, so how could he be afraid of it? Ling Han casually parried, merely defending without attacking, wanting to see how strong this cat demon was. It was really quite powerful. The big white cat's cultivation level was merely in the early stage of the low extreme, yet its battle prowess had astonishingly surpassed 4 stars, which was extremely shocking. "Humph, my bloodline has not completely awakened, or I would be even more awesome," it declared in a very tsundere manner. "Is that right?" Ling Han smiled and suddenly threw out a furry ball of wool. Meow. The fat white cat immediately threw Ling Han off and turned to pounce on it. Only when its claws had found the ball of wool did it erupt into a bout of meowing with anger. "You damn brat, you actually dare to tease me. Eat some meat. If you're not eating, then forget it." Ling Han sat back down. Since he now knew the abilities of this big white cat, what meaning was there to continue the fight further? He could suppress it with a single finger now. The big white cat strolled over in displeasure, but after a few pieces of meat ended up in its tummy, it was immediately radiant with delight, declaring Ling Han its brother. It had just entered into the mountain river tier not too long ago, and had just learned how to speak. Hence it spoke quite a lot. It was practically a chatterbox, making Ling Han want to directly stuff its mouth, or stuff up his own ears. The big white cat ate and drank at his place every day. After 2 days passed, Li Weiwei came to visit. "Damn blockhead, where did you run off to in this half a year?" The moment she entered, Li Weiwei interrogated him energetically. "Oh, cultivating in seclusion," Ling Han answered indifferently. "What did you go into seclusion for? Do you know that I was very embarrassed because of you?" Li Weiwei said, panting in rage. "What did I do to you?" Ling Han asked, smiling. Li Weiwei flopped down and began eating the moment she grabbed some food, not the slightest bit reserved. "Tang Feng issued a challenge to you, yet there was not even a sign of you. Hence, he made a public declaration and said that you were a coward that did not dare to accept the challenge. I spoke up for you and said you were not a coward, and would very soon come out to accept the challenge. And what happened? You actually did not appear for half a year. Now, everyone in the imperial capital is saying you are not living up to your reputation, calling you a coward and a wimp. I spoke up for you and now I've become a joke." Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "So I've caused you to feel some grievance. Still, there was nothing that could be done. I was in seclusion after all, so I didn't know anything." Because he feared he would be disturbed by others, he had stayed all that while inside the Black Tower. It became impossible for anyone to find him. Also, Li Weiwei looked excited. Zhao Luan has already advanced into consummate level, has won a consecutive 20 battles in the Iron Blood Stadium, and is acclaimed as a ruler of the present young generation with no equal. Now, everyone is talking about when you can catch up to him and have a good battle. For this, there are even betting pools set up. Ling Han's eyes involuntarily lit up and he asked, "What are the stakes?" 110 if it is within a year, 1:9 if it is within 2 years. Then it would be 1:2 if it happens 10 years later, 2:3 if it is after 20 years, and after 100 years, it would be 10-12. In any case, the longer the time, the lower the stakes are. Ling Han showed a smile and asked, "Want to make some money?" Chapter 982, Challenging Zhao Luan. Hearing the words, "make some money," Li Weiwei's beautiful eyes immediately shone. As Ling Han had been in seclusion all this while, the business of selling food ingredients naturally could only be called to a halt. With the size of hers and Ji Yun'er's spatial spirit tool, the food ingredients inside could only last about a dozen days at most. They had sold off everything not long after their return. Because of this, the two girls felt great regret. Due to the fact that Ling Han had not reappeared for such a long time, even they felt ravenous. "How are we going to make money?" she quickly asked. "Soon a large auction will begin. If I have money, I will be able to make father sit up and take notice of me." "What auction?" Ling Han asked. "Oh, the imperial capital will host an auction every once in a while, and this time just so happens to be not long after the Heavenly Sea Mystery Realm ended, so it will naturally be even grander. There will be a considerable amount of good stuff," Li Weiwei exclaimed, slightly excited. She paused, put a fierce expression on her pretty face and said, "You haven't replied. What is the way to make money?" Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "That's simple. Isn't there a wager about when Zhao Luan and I will battle?" Realization immediately dawned on Li Weiwei, and she quickly jumped up and clapped her hands. She declared, "We will go make a bet first, then you go and challenge Zhao Luan. Wait, what if Zhao Luan ignores you?" Ling Han snickered and said, "That will depend on how awesome you, the daughter of the left minister, is. Let's see if you can change the wager to when I will issue a challenge to Zhao Luan." Otherwise he would not have needed to drag Li Weiwei in. Li Weiwei quickly nodded, her expression saying, "I get it." But soon enough a worried expression showed on her face and she asked, "But what if Zhao Luan accepts the challenge and you are killed by him?" And in any case that has nothing to do with me, so whatever." She answered her own question, and was indeed not the slightest bit worried. Ling Han scoffed and said, "Zhao Luan definitely can't kill me, and if it was not for the fact that he has advanced into the consummate level, he could possibly be killed by me." This was not a mere boast. His present physique had reached the extent of level 3 godly metal, and even if a consummate level cultivator were to attack him, it would take time to penetrate his defenses. Aside from that, he still had the crimson ground locking net. Caught in it, Zhao Luan would see his cultivation level decrease. At the time, those people from the Luo clan wanted to use this divine net against that lava beast king, which meant that they had been confident that they would be able to kill that beast king with the aid of this net. Going along that line of deduction, the effect of this divine net should be to weaken the victim's cultivation level by a minor level. Zhao Luan's cultivation level would be decreased by a minor level, and he would be still trapped by the divine net, which would affect his mobility. If Ling Han summoned the annihilating Dragon Star arrow, it was not impossible that he could kill the former with a single strike in an instant. After all, that Beast King from before was similarly in the early stage of consummate level, and it hadn't even been trapped by the net, yet wasn't it still almost killed with one arrow from him? However, could the only son of great General Zhao be killed? It was not possible even in a mortal duel. Was Ling Han not afraid that this great general's killing intent would soar, and he'd murder him with no care for the law? The greater one's abilities, the less power rules would have over him. In the first place, rules were something the strong imposed on the weak, and whether the strong themselves obeyed them or otherwise depended completely on their mood. Unless Ling Han could duck into the Black Tower after he had killed him. However, he was not a solitary entity, there was still the great Ling Empire. Ling Han shook his head. If he could not be killed, he could only give him a heavy thrashing to give the latter a deeply ingrained lesson. He was sure that as long as Zhao Luan was neither killed nor crippled, Great General Zhao would not be so shameless that he would act personally. The problem was, could he subdue Zhao Luan even with the Crimson Ground locking net? The other party was a 4-star genius, and even if he was weakened by a minor level, his battle prowess could still reach the early stage of consummate level. As for Ling Han, he was now in the early stage of the medium extreme, and was behind by a whole minor level. Furthermore, he could only exhibit battle prowess surpassing 5 stars at most. If not, he did not know what would happen. One had to know that he had ascended the Crimson Lakes Island thrice, and shown potential that exceeded 4 stars close to 5 stars, which was enough to make 2 great majestic empires want to kill him while he had not yet matured to his maximum potential. Then battle prowess of 6 stars would definitely make others uneasy. What nice dreams you have. Li Weiwei shook her head and said, "You still don't know yet, right?" After Zhao Luan broke through, he had been bestowed with the rank of a 7th-rank military officer by the Empress, with his name engraved on the totem, so he can draw on power of the nation. He would be able to increase his battle prowess by another star at least. Ling Han's brow furrowed. Then, going by that calculation, it was practically impossible to defeat Zhao Luan. Unless everything progressed as he expected. First, he'd use the Crimson Ground locking net to trap his opponent, then use the annihilating Dragon Star arrow to deal a heavy injury. He could avoid vital points like the head and heart, and he would only have that one chance. If he missed, then he could only admit defeat. Ling Han pondered for a moment and then said, "If I and Zhao Luan battle, there would definitely be new bets. I am sure that practically all bankers would not be so stupid as to directly open betting for whether it would be I or Zhao Luan that emerges victorious, but rather how many moves Zhao Luan would take to defeat and make me surrender." Li Weiwei quickly nodded. Otherwise the banker would definitely lose money to death. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, "Then we'll just make use of Zhao Luan to earn a great sum first, and step on him in the future." Li Weiwei was stunned. Why was this damn blockhead always pumped so full of confidence? Don't you know that you come from a small world and don't have much backing? On what basis do you think that Zhao Luan would not kill you? However, it had to be admitted that this kind of confidence gave him an alluring temperament. "Then hand over your money quickly. I will go now to place our bet." Her mind was soon so crammed with the words, "earn a great sum," that even her pretty face was glowing. After Ling Han entered into the Heavenly Sea Mystery Realm, he had earned some money all from looting others. Then he began cultivating and spent a little to attain medium extreme, but added with the sum accumulated previously, there were still 4,000 true origin stones. He handed the whole sum over to Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei left impatiently and returned only after a day. She told him that everything was settled, and the only thing they were waiting for now was for him to issue the challenge. Ling Han immediately wrote a challenge for duel, and stuck it on the main doors of the Northern Institution. It was naturally a challenge issued to Zhao Luan. The news seemed to have sprouted wings, and instantly spread throughout the whole Northern Institution, the Scarlet Heaven Academy, and the entire imperial capital. Everyone were discussing spiritedly. They had not thought that this genius that had been in silence for over half a year would finally reappear. Furthermore, he was being so high profile from the moment he appeared, actually issuing a challenge to Zhao Luan. Who was Zhao Luan? The only son of the great General Zhao, the strongest genius in the last 1,000 years, and someone who was strongly expected to perhaps reach the heavenly body tier. All of a sudden, everyone in the imperial capital was guessing whether Zhao Luan would accept the challenge or not. Ho, this junior brother disciple is quite interesting. He has just advanced into the low extreme division, and has already issued a challenge to Zhao Luan. In a courtyard of the Western institution, there was presently a blue-robed young man, sitting peacefully and sipping tea. Behind him was a woman dressed in a tight-fitting outfit. She had a tall and slender figure, the leather of her outfit completely accentuating all the curves of her voluptuous figure. It was practically enough to make one salivate. Additionally, her appearance was no disappointment to such a fine figure. Her looks were filled with a wild kind of temptation. Her black hair was done in a large braid, falling straight down to her hips, making that rounded, erect bottom appear even more impressive. When the woman saw that the blue-robed young man's teacup was almost empty, she hurriedly refilled his cup. She said, "Young master, in your opinion, will Zhao Luan accept the challenge?" Chapter 983, Astonishing Stakes. Of course not. The blue-robed young man shook his head. His cultivation level is so much higher than Ling Han's, so even if he won, it would be an embarrassment. So why would he accept? Yet the bodysuit beauty said, "Young master may not know, but Zhao Luan still has a personal grudge with Ling Han." Oh. An expression of surprise appeared on the blue-robed young man's face. How could this be? What kind of abilities and background did Zhao Luan have? To be blunt, even if Ling Han wanted to offend Zhao Luan, he shouldn't have a chance to. This blue-robed young man's name was Sha Yuan, and he was the third son of the great General Sha Jing of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire. He was also his youngest son. His talent in martial arts was similarly amazing, and he had long since advanced into consummate level of the Mountain River Tier 1000 years ago, and by now had reached the peak stage. Ordinarily, he should have left the academy, but if the son of the great General Sha was determined to remain at the academy, how could they dare to chase him out? To the rich and noble, the Scarlet Heaven Academy was not just a place for cultivation. In truth, the conditions in their own homes were considerably better. The reason why they came to the academy was for making connections, and to accumulate their own power. Among those that could enroll in the academy, who was not a genius? For example, Zhao Luan himself had 3 great followers, and each of them was a 2-star genius, and according to rumors they might even be 3-star geniuses. Who did not want to gain the support of this kind of talent? Part of the reason why the academy was divided into 4 institutions, with each on poor terms with the others, was because they did not want some descendant of nobility to stretch his arms too far. This was an active restriction, so they could only go crazy in a single institution. The bodysuit beauty was naturally not going to wait for Sha Yuan to voice the question, and hurriedly continued, "It is because of Shui Yenyu. Apparently she has already pledged herself in marriage to Ling Han. Her name was Lu Ying. She was a child that great General Sha had chosen from the orphanage. She had extraordinary talent in martial arts, and was both Sha Yuan's childhood playmate and sparring partner. She was also his death guard one. There were a total of 4 death guards like her, and they were collectively called 4 Panthers." Sha Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly erupted into loud laughter. He was laughing so hard that he was practically tearing up. Zhao Luan, aren't you extremely proud? Why is it that you can't even keep your own woman?" Even though the 7 generals were of equal rank, the relations between them could definitely not be considered amicable in any sense of the word. Furthermore, he and Zhao Luan were both pampered, wealthy young masters of the imperial capital, so there was no lack of grudges between them, as they both wanted to snatch the esteemed title of the greatest young master of the imperial capital. Hence, knowing that Zhao Luan had actually experienced such a great loss, Sha Yuan was naturally going to laugh loudly. "Lu Ying, you will not betray me, right?" Sha Yuan abruptly asked. Lu Ying's heart shook and she quickly knelt down and replied, "I will definitely not betray young master." Sha Yuan swept a look over her and said, "Go and investigate this person well, I am very intrigued by him." "Yes." Lu Ying stood up and left through the doors. "Is it that you won't or you dare not?" An unfathomable smile appeared on Sha Yuan's face. Tang Feng almost went mad in fury. Ling Han ignored his challenge, so he looked down on him as a coward, and claimed that Ling Han was as brave as a mouse, yet the latter still completely ignored him. But now he was directly issuing a challenge to Zhao Luan. Wasn't this completely overlooking him? He wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Han to pieces. This challenge from Ling Han had instantly suppressed his fame once more. Zhao Luan did not respond to Ling Han's challenge. Instead, it was a follower under him by Yuansi that responded, expressing his disdain for Ling Han's challenge. He said that Ling Han was an ugly person, and hence always up to no good. What qualified him to battle Zhao Luan? If Ling Han wanted a battle, Bai Yuansi would keep him company, but the condition was that it had to be a duel to the death. All of a sudden, everyone turned their attention to Ling Han, wanting to see how he would respond. One had to know that though Bai Yuansi was not as dazzling as Zhao Luan, he was also a great elite of the high extreme of the mountain river tier, and furthermore a genius that was above 2 stars close to 3 stars. In a duel to the death with him, the chances that Ling Han would be instantly killed was close to 90%. No? Did he dare to accept or not? Ling Han immediately gave a positive response, was going to battle. The whole imperial capital was in an uproar over this. Ling Han was the hottest rookie now, while Bai Yuansi, whether it was due to his personal abilities or the fact that he was a follower of Zhao Luan, received great attention as well. These two people were going to be in a mortal duel, which was definitely going to attract attention from all sides. As expected, there was naturally a new betting pool for the outcome of the battle between the two of them. How is it? What are the stakes? Ling Han appeared quite excited. Li Weiwei giggled and said, "If you win, it's 1:100. A muscle twitched in Ling Han's cheek. Although he knew that the higher the betting stakes were, the more he would earn, he had never imagined that it would be as exaggeratedly high as 1:100. How pessimistic a view did the masses actually have of him? There are no stakes for Bai Yuansi winning, only stakes for how many moves he will take to beat you. Defeated with 1 move, 10-11, 2 moves, 10-12, 3 moves, 10:13. Li Weiwei began introducing the stakes again. It was apparent that even the banker did not have an optimistic view of Ling Han. Ling Han being able to withstand 100 moves actually reached the exaggerated extent of 110. Blockhead, how are we going to bet next? Li Weiwei's eyes lit up. Previously she had really made a great sum. How much have you earned exactly? Ling Han couldn't help but ask. Your bet was 4,000, and I and big sister Yuan placed a bet of 3,000 each, so we earned a total of 100,000. Li Weiwei exclaimed excitedly. Together, the two women actually earned more than he did. Ling Han sighed and said, "Of course the bet is on my win." Hey. It can't be that you are envious that big sister Yuan and I earn more than you, so you want to scam us, right? Li Weiwei looked at Ling Han suspiciously. Am I that kind of person? Ling Han shook his head. Don't worry, if you bet on my win, the stakes are 1:100, and I guarantee that you two will win so much you'll be flying. Moreover, isn't my own capital of 4,000 also included in the bet? True. Li Weiwei finally nodded at this and then asked curiously, what gives you that kind of confidence? My own abilities, naturally. Ling Han laughed. Zhao Luan did not accept the challenge. This was within Ling Han's expectations. In any case, he had only issued the challenge to win some money. Still, he had not foreseen that Bai Yuansi would respond, and actually allow him to earn another sum. I'll trust you this once. However, if you cause me and big sister Yuan to lose money, we will not spare you. Li Weiwei threatened fiercely. Don't worry. Just think of this as the dowry I present to the both of you. There is no way you two are going to lose money. Ling Han said with a grin. Now their capital of 10,000 had increased tenfold, and reached the large sum of 100,000. If he won with the stakes being 1:100, it would then become an astronomical sum of 1,000,000. This was even more profitable than alchemy. Unfortunately, this was also because the data on both sides was unequal. If they could know Ling Han as well as he knew himself, then they would only place the stakes at 110 at most. Ling Han was filled with anticipation. After he had obtained the money, it would be just in time to participate in the large-scale auction. He really wanted to see what kind of good stuff would be sold at the auction. There was a 3-day buffer period until the day of the battle, but Shui Yinyu did not appear, which made Ling Han feel slightly regretful. In these 3 days he refined the final Flame Mountain River Stone, completely stabilizing his cultivation level at the medium extreme. At the same time, the might of the divine patterns of flame progressed another step further. After all, there was a total of 7 divine patterns of flame, which was far more than the divine patterns of gravity. She has to sacrifice her life if it saves him in critical moment. Think bodyguards blocking bullets for big shots. Chapter 984, The Unfortunate Tang Feng. 3 days went by and Ling Han headed toward Thousand Peak Mountain. This was the location of their duel. This duel had attracted a huge amount of attention, and thus many people turned up to spectate the battle. Not only did students from the academy come, but all kinds of people from the imperial capital also appeared. They all went to great lengths to enter the academy so they could personally witness the duel. Even Zhao Luan turned up to spectate the battle. He stood atop a mountain peak with his hands clasped behind his back, and there were another 4 people standing beside him. They were Sha Yuan, Lu Huilan, Jing Wuxia, and Shengguan Yuanji. Each of them was renowned in the academy. Originally, Zhao Luan had been slightly weaker than these 4 individuals. However, after he advanced into the consummate level of the mountain river tier, his standing became equal with the 4 of them. Sha Yuan chuckled and asked, "How many exchanges do you guys think that brat can last?" "He's only at the low extreme, let's say at the peak stage," Lu Huilan said. "Even if he's a 4-star genius, that's only equivalent to a battle prowess on par with the peak stage of the medium extreme. Yuansi would easily suppress him even if he was only an ordinary cultivator at the high extreme. Not to mention Yuansi is already at the middle stage of the medium extreme, and is even close to a 3-star genius." The Lu clan had many members who were loyal subordinates to Great General Zhao. Thus, Lu Huilan was naturally inclined to fully support Zhao Luan. However, she had spoken the truth, and both Jing Wuxia and Shengguan Yuanji nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhao Luan wore a look of contempt and disdain. "Then let's make a bet," Sha Yuan said with a chuckle. "How so? What are the stakes?" Zhao Luan asked. He and Sha Yuan were both sons of great generals, and often clashed to determine who was the superior one among the two. As such, Zhao Luan naturally wasn't willing to back down. "I wager that the brat can last for over 500 exchanges." Sha Yuan smiled and said, "In fact, he might even win." Zhao Luan and the others were all astonished. How is that possible? The difference in power between Ling Han and Yuansi was as clear as day. No matter what he did, there was not a single shred of chance that Ling Han could win. In fact, it was hard to say if he could even last for more than 10 exchanges. So, how could he last for 500 exchanges, much less win? "Brother Sha, are you really going to persist with your wager?" Jing Wuxia asked in a frosty voice. He was naturally cold and indifferent. It wasn't as if he held a strong animosity for everyone else. A smile stretched across Sha Yuan's face and he said, "I'll just make a bet with you guys." "Since you're insistent on giving us a gift, count me in," Zhao Luan said. "I'll wager White Cloud Star Metal." Gasp. Lu Huilan, Jing Wuxia, and Shengguan Yuanji were all stunned. White Cloud Star Metal was an extremely precious level 7 godly metal. Even Sha Yuan was slightly startled. "Zhao Luan, how bold. Are you afraid?" Zhao Luan chuckled coldly. "I accept your wager," Sha Yuan said confidently. Lu Huilan immediately said, "Since Brother Sha is so bold, I can't let him down. I'll wager 3 drops of Cloud Phoenix True Blood." It was another huge stake. Of course, the Cloud Phoenix True Blood that Lu Huilan wagered couldn't have come from a true phoenix, an ancient divine beast. Rather, it was from its descendant whose bloodline was already extremely diluted. Even so, having the term phoenix in its name reflected its strength and rarity. Then I'll wager a 3 Rhino Dark Jade," Shengguan Yuanji said with a smile. "1 blade of Yangxing grass," Jing Wuxia said coldly. Even though Sha Yuan had a relatively strong understanding of Ling Han, his mouth still went dry when he heard the stakes that the others brought in. If he lost, paying out the value of those 4 treasures would cause him to be short of money for the next 10,000 years. But what if he won? He would win huge. Riches were found in danger. "Then let us wait and see," Sha Yuan said with a chuckle. However, Zhao Luan and the others could all hear the nervousness in his voice. This was normal as the stakes were simply too high. Moreover, Ling Han's chances of winning were extremely slim. Ling Han. Tang Feng leaped out from the crowd and stood in Ling Han's path. He had already been waiting here for a long time. Ling Han glanced at him and said indifferently, "Who are you?" Tang Feng almost fainted in anger. "I'm the undisputed number 1 in the low extreme division, yet you actually don't know me. Do you dare battle me?" he asked loudly. Ling Han shook his head as he smiled and said, "Forget about it. I don't want to bully you." How arrogant. Tang Feng was fuming as he threw a palm toward Ling Han's head. He and Ling Han were both of the low extreme division. so he didn't need to seek Ling Han's agreement before engaging in battle. He could attack without worries, and was free to do as he pleased as long as he didn't cripple or kill his opponent. Ling Han leaned sideways to dodge and he said, "This is the only warning I'll give. Don't provoke me or else you're merely digging yourself a hole." Humph. Tang Feng ignored his words, and divine light started to ripple from his body. When he extended his arm again, there were already 3 divine patterns etched on his palm, each radiating an ancient and primitive aura. This is the 3-1 return to origin technique, right? Someone in the crowd speculated. That's right. I've heard that Tang Feng entered an ancient site once, and he received this profound technique there. Its might is astonishing, and it's part of the reason why he's become the #1 in the low extreme division of the Northern Institution. I'm curious to see how Ling Han will block it. It should be no problem. Otherwise, how can he duel by Yuansi if he can't even deal with Tang Feng? If he can't block this, then he'll be insta-killed by Yuansi. Boom. Tang Feng charged over. He appeared extremely mighty as he bathed in the glow of the divine light. You asked for this, Ling Han said as he attacked. Boom. He didn't suppress his aura any longer, and the image of 2 huge mountains appeared behind his back. There were divine patterns etched on these mountains, with the earthen yellow ones being divine patterns of gravity, and the fiery red ones divine patterns of flames. Pum. Tang Feng was sent flying by Ling Han's fist, and crashed into a nearby mountain face, instantly creating a deep human-shaped crater. His entire body was embedded in the mountain. His physique wasn't on the level of godly metals, so dark spots started to swim before his eyes even though he had used his origin power to hastily block Ling Han's strike. His skin started to crack and blood gushed from his wounds. At this moment, everyone fell silent. However, after a short moment, it instantly became noisy again. Who'd have thought? Ling Han has actually advanced to the medium extreme. Amazing. He was still only at the Shattering Void tier when he entered the Mystery Realm. It's only been half a year, yet he's already broken through to the medium extreme of the Mountain River tier. His cultivation speed is incredible. Indeed. Even with the help of Mountain River stones, he still needed to comprehend the 2 extremes of the Mountain River tier by himself. Even 100 years is a short time to spend. However, he only needed half a year. He's an absolute freak. No wonder Ling Han ignored Tang Feng's challenge for such a long time. He was cultivating in seclusion in order to break through to the medium extreme. Tang Feng's so unfortunate. Ling Han is clearly more talented than him, and now he even enjoys an advantage in cultivation level. No wonder Tang Feng was defeated in a single strike. Normally, students at the medium extreme aren't allowed to actively attack students at the low extreme. However, he actively provoked Ling Han, so even if his teeth are knocked out, he can only swallow them along with his blood. The spectators were both surprised and amused, while Tang Feng had become nothing more than a clown at this moment. His sole purpose was to highlight Ling Han's strength. Atop the mountain peak, apart from Yuan, Zhao and the others all wore expressions of astonishment. Even they were unable to fathom Ling Han's tremendous cultivation speed. Zhao chuckled coldly and asked, Yuan, is this the reason for your confidence? So what if Ling Han had broken through to the medium extreme? He was only at the early stage, and even if he was a freak and a 5-star genius, his battle prowess could only be on par with the middle stage of the high extreme. By Yuansi, on the other hand, his cultivation level was already at the middle stage of the high extreme, and he was even a 3-star genius on top of that. There was a difference of almost 3 sub-minor levels, so no matter what happened, it would definitely be a one-sided duel. Chapter 985. Insta-killing by Yuansi. Zhao, since when did you become so impatient? Yuan laughed loudly and said, we'll find out soon if we keep watching. Zhao humphed in reply. He was a few hundred years younger than Yuan, and Yuan was already at the peak stage of the consummate level while he had only just advanced to the consummate level. As such, there was a difference of 3 sub-minor levels between them. If they fought, Zhao was confident that he wouldn't lose, as he had secret techniques up his sleeves. However, just as he wasn't afraid of Yuan wasn't afraid of him either. Thus, he could only humph after hearing Yuan's retort. Otherwise, being the petty person that he was, Zhao would definitely think of ways to screw Yuan over. Ling Han arrived at the arena that was located halfway up the mountain. Half a year ago he had fought against Luo Ba in this same arena. Who would have thought that he would have another mortal duel so soon? Yuansi was already waiting for him in the arena. He didn't seem impatient in the least and sat cross-legged, looking like an unmoving stone statue. Elites such as him would be able to maintain their mental state for a few days, let alone a mere few hours. Ling Han stopped 30 meters from Yuansi. "You've come?" Yuansi opened his eyes, and it instantly was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across the clear sky. As expected of an elite at the high extreme. Just a single glance is already so powerful. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "I've come." "You've broken through the medium extreme so quickly," Yuansi said. "How commendable." "It's just SOSO." Yuansi faltered for a moment before continuing, "My young master is still in need of one more dog. If you obediently surrender, I can still spare your life." Ling Han sneered coldly and said, "It's your choice to be a dog, but don't drag others down to the same low level as yourself. You're truly base to the core." "How dare you?" Yuansi roared loudly. Quang. Blood started seeping out from the ears of many spectators, and this shocked them immensely. Just the might of his roar was already so terrifying. There was a frosty look in Yuansi's eyes as he glared at Ling Han, and he said, "Since you're unwilling to yield, die." Ling Han pointed a finger at him and said, "I originally planned to spare your life. However, since that's the case, I won't hold back either." "You speak nothing but empty threats." Yuansi leaped out and didn't even bother to summon a weapon. He merely spread his right hand, which was etched with 9 intertwining divine patterns, and pressed it toward Ling Han. His strength was far superior, so all he needed to do was crush his opponent head-on. A smile blossomed on Ling Han's face. "Xiao." He also leaped toward Yuansi. Both of them had leaped at each other, so it was only natural that they quickly collided. Puh. Divine light fluctuated, and waves rippled across space as Yuansi's palm slammed into Ling Han's chest. Yuansi wore a look of pride. Since Ling Han was struck by his palm, his only fate was shattering into pieces. However, his look of pride quickly became one of shock and disbelief because Ling Han was not only unscathed, but was even smiling at him. "I must be seeing things." He had no time to ponder why Ling Han was unscathed as he hastily shot back in retreat. This was far too uncanny. Right at this moment, Ling Han waved his arm and tossed out a net. Originally, Yuansi would have never fallen victim to such an attack. However, who told them to be so close to each other right now? Moreover, this attack was launched during a time when he thought that he had killed his opponent. The net unfurled and instantly entrapped him. Although Yuansi was startled, he wasn't flustered in the least. He had been to many ancient sites with Zhao Luan, and had also experienced a great number of dangerous situations. Being calm in the face of danger was the most basic attribute of elites such as him. Otherwise, what right would he have to follow Zhao Luan? Chong. He drew his sword, and like a melody, the brilliant glow of his sword instantly echoed through the air. "Goodbye." Ling Han summoned a bow and immediately notched his ultimate arrow. He didn't want to give his opponent any chances. He wanted to slay one of Zhao Luan's powerful followers. Yuansi's hair all stood on ends at this instant, and a sense of great danger instantly gripped his heart. He frantically tried to draw on his full power, yet to his shock, he discovered that his origin power had actually been suppressed. At most, he could only wield a power at the middle stage of the medium extreme. What net is this? This thought flashed through his mind, yet at this instant Ling Han's arrow was already pointing at his head. The arrow seemed like a fatal weapon that had been nurtured by heaven and earth, and sweat involuntarily formed on Yuansi's palms. Ling Han released his fingers, and the arrow became a streak of dazzling light as it raced out. Puh! The arrow easily pierced through Yuansi's head, and then flew out from the other side. Only the feathers of the arrow were stained with a few drops of blood. Pah! Yuansi's entire head exploded. Insta-kill. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Who would have imagined that Ling Han could defeat Yuansi? Moreover, not only did he win, he even performed an unbelievable insta-kill. If this result was flipped, no one would have been surprised. After all, Yuansi possessed the strength to achieve such a feat. Now, however, everyone's mouth was wide agape in shock and disbelief. Indeed, there were prodigies who could win against people with higher cultivation levels. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the notion of 1-star geniuses, 2-star geniuses, and so on. However, the difference in cultivation level between Ling Han and Bai Yuansi was clear for all to see. It was a full 5 subminor levels. Moreover, Bai Yuansi was himself close to the level of a 3-star genius. Thus, the difference between him and Ling Han was at least 7 stars. Ling Han had managed to insta-kill someone while surpassing 7 stars. This was unbelievable. Who could believe this? Atop the mountain peak, Zhao Luan's expression instantly became dark. Someone like him obviously wouldn't care whether Bai Yuansi died or not. After all, Bai Yuansi was merely a dog who did his bidding. If he died, Zhao Luan could merely look for a new dog. Would he need to worry about no one pledging themselves to him? Of course not. The problem was, one needed to look at the owner before beating a dog. Now that his dog had been shot dead before his very eyes, where was he to put his face? I remember now. That's the Crimson Ground Locking Net. What crimson, what net? Crimson Ground Locking Net. If once trapped, their cultivation level will be suppressed by 1 full minor level. No wonder. The spectators all nodded in realization. If Bai Yuansi's cultivation level was suppressed by 1 minor level, then his peak battle prowess would only be able to reach the peak stage of the medium extreme. As such, being insta-killed by Ling Han went from an impossibility to a possibility. Humph. Zhao Luan leaped down from the mountain peak and landed beside Bai Yuansi's corpse. He glared at Ling Han and said frostily, "You killed him? If you're not blind, you can probably see very clearly." Ling Han was drained of all energy after unleashing the ultimate arrow, yet he didn't back down a single inch. Everyone gasped in astonishment. That was Zhao Luan, the #1 prodigy of the Scarlet Heaven Academy, and the only child of great General Zhao Ling Han was facing. A dark shadow fell across Zhao Luan's face and he said coldly, "Since you've killed my underling, there's nothing more to say. Kneel down and kill yourself." So domineering. Ling Han roared with laughter and said, "Young Master Zhao, are you stupid? No one can kill your underlings? It was a fair duel and I killed him without breaking any rules. My conscience would be clear even if the Empress herself were to question me." Humph. You killed my underling, so you deserve to die. Zhao Luan raised his eyebrows, and an overwhelming aura instantly emanated from his body. Dumb C***T. Ling Han sneered. He was just about to retrieve his Crimson Ground Locking Net and leave. Shwa. Zhao Luan struck a palm toward Ling Han. He was at the consummate level and he was more so a 4-star genius. How terrifying was his attack. Moreover, Ling Han was at his weakest right now. Puh. Ling Han was instantly hit and sent flying by the strike. Still not dead. A look of surprise involuntarily appeared on Zhao Luan's face as he gazed at Ling Han, who had blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 986, Beautiful Guards. Although the palm strike just then wasn't Zhao Luan's full-strength attack, it was still definitely not something that a cultivator at the medium extreme should have been able to handle. When people spoke of star geniuses, they weren't referring to defenses, but rather referring to the destructive ability caused by battle prowess. Thus, even if Ling Han was a fabled 5-star genius, his defenses should still have only been at the early stage of the medium extreme. How was there only some blood seeping from his mouth after he took a strike from Zhao Luan? Zhao Luan immediately recalled that Ling Han had been unscathed after taking a strike from Bai Yuansi just then. However, Ling Han had immediately insta-killed Bai Yuansi after that, and his shocking feat caused everyone to forget that scene. Don't tell me that his body is forged from godly metal? Zhao Luan was astonished as this thought flashed through his mind. However, his hand didn't stop, and he instantly delivered another palm strike at Ling Han. Although his strike just then hadn't killed Ling Han, it had already succeeded in wounding him. It was evident that it was still possible to wound Ling Han even though his physique was incredibly strong. Ling Han hastily retreated. Unless he was faced with certain death, he definitely wouldn't expose the secret of his spatial god tool in front of so many people. However, he had just unleashed an ultimate arrow, so he still needed some time to recover his strength. Right now, he wouldn't even be able to handle a cultivator at the Shattering Void tier, much less Zhao Luan. Zhao Luan sneered and said, "I'm already targeting you, so how can you escape?" His palm rushed forward and slammed into Ling Han's chest. Puh. Ling Han was sent flying once again. He felt extremely unwell, and it was as if his insides were churning violently. To his delight, however, both his origin power and stamina were recovering rapidly. It would take 30 minutes at most for him to recover to his optimal condition. The speed of recovery for his stamina was as he expected, but why was his origin power also recovering so quickly? This was a change that only occurred after he reached the medium extreme. Hang on, he had also recultivated the universal 8 Desolation technique, so was it perhaps the effect of this cultivation technique? Also, although he was at the mountain river tier before, he had never cultivated any immortal level cultivation technique. Did this also have an effect? Ling Han wasn't sure because he had undergone too big a transformation after shooting that arrow in the flame cave. As a result, he wasn't able to determine what the main reason for his fast recovery was. Perhaps it was the combination of his transformations that led to this situation. He collapsed to the ground and blood seeped from the corners of his mouth again. His godly bones groaned and crackled, and it was as if they were about to fracture. Zhao Luan was no ordinary consummate level cultivator, with his battle prowess surpassing his cultivation level by 4 stars. Thus, Ling Han still suffered some wounds even though his physique was on par with level 3 godly metal. However, the surrounding spectators almost wet their pants in fright. Ling Han was only at the medium extreme, yet he was only bleeding a little after taking 2 strikes from Zhao Luan head-on. This was far too unbelievable. Zhao Luan's eyes were icy cold as he strode toward Ling Han. So what if Ling Han's physique was powerful? Could this stop Zhao Luan from killing him? Zhao Luan, you're taking it too far. Li Weiwei stood forward bravely and said, "He's my man, and I forbid you from laying another finger on him." Zhao Luan didn't stop and he replied, "Fourth young miss, I'd give you face if this person was your husband. However, he's only a dog of yours and my underling had also been killed by him. So, it's only natural that he should pay with his life." Bullsh *T. Li Weiwei shouted in anger. She had also been spoiled and pampered since childhood, and she had never been retorted to like this before. Thus, she instantly cursed upon hearing Zhao Luan's words. She angrily pointed at Zhao Luan and shouted, they were clearly taking part in a fair duel. In fact, Yuansi was even a minor level above Ling Han. If the duel was unfair for anyone, it was unfair for Ling Han. I don't care. I only saw my underling being killed by this dog. If I don't kill him, my followers will feel disappointed and alienated. Zhao Luan was also unreasonable and he kept coming back to this same argument. As a direct descendant of a great general, he would be able to trivialize his killing of Ling Han as long as he had an excuse. He could escape the laws and punishments of both the Academy and Majestic Empire, and he would be able to swagger back out after lying low for 2 or 3 years. After that, there would be absolutely no repercussions. Li Weiwei screamed angrily and she shouted, I don't care. You can kill him over my dead body. Fourth young miss, you regard yourself too highly. Zhao Luan said as he made a tapping motion toward Li Weiwei. Pooh. A streak of light instantly shot into Li Weiwei's body and rendered her both immobile and unable to speak. A radiant smile stretched across Zhao Luan's face and he said to Ling Han, you think I can't kill you just because we're in the academy? Wrong. It's simply that I've never considered you worthy enough to justify a second thought. However, you dared to refuse to become my dog and now you've even killed my underling. You're seeking death. Zhao Luan, you merely have an advantage because you've cultivated for a few more years than me, Ling Han said in disdain. If we were at the same age or same cultivation level, I would be able to suppress you with a single hand. Gasp. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. If Ling Han had kneeled down and begged for forgiveness, perhaps Zhao Luan would have let him off the hook. After all, the latter had only lost a little face. However, Ling Han chose to provoke him further, and such an action was merely pushing himself closer to death. Thinking about it more closely though, Ling Han's claim actually seemed to be quite reasonable. What cultivation level was Zhao Luan at when he was 20 years old? Indeed, he was a freakish talent, and he had reached 20 stars of the Shattering Void tier in his 20s. The Mountain River tier didn't contain him for long either, yet he was still only at the low extreme before the age of 50. Under such a comparison, the difference between the two was especially clear. Zhao Luan chuckled coldly and said, What's your identity? Are you worthy of challenging me? Puh. He lashed out and sent Ling Han flying again. Quite some time had already passed since Zhao Luan had launched his first attack. So be it if no one had reacted in time after his first strike. However, it had already been so long, so the academy was most likely aware of this already, right? Even so, not a single elder appeared. Although Zhao Luan looked unstoppable right now, any single cultivator at the Sun Moon tier would be able to easily suppress him. Even a 5-star genius wouldn't be able to surpass the barrier of an entire tier. Was the academy silently allowing this? Could the son of great General Zhao act as he pleased? A chilly sensation involuntarily welled up in the spectators' hearts. Today, Zhao Luan's victim was Ling Han. So, what if his victim became them tomorrow? He was clearly surrounded by tens of thousands of spectators, but not a single person stepped forward to stop him. How could this not instill fear and panic in their minds? Stop! Another shout traveled over, and everyone saw a beautiful female speedily flying over. Huh? It's Gu Lingyu. Really? How has she also become acquainted with Ling Han? Gasp. Out of the 3 beauties of the imperial capital, 2 have actually stepped forward to help him. This guy has such luck with the ladies. Everyone immediately recognized the newcomer. She was Gu Lingyu, one of the 3 beauties of the imperial capital. In addition, she was also a new student at the Alchemy institution. Zhao Luan's expression instantly became even darker. He didn't give a toss about Gu Lingyu being a student of the Alchemy institution. However, what pissed him off was the fact that so many beauties were willing to stand up for Ling Han. Was Shui Yinyu blind? He was the only child of great General Zhao, and his own talent in cultivation was also astonishing, with countless people praising him as the #1 prodigy of these 1,000 years. Moreover, he was also handsome beyond words. So, why did no stunning beauty throw herself into his arms? He couldn't even compete against an ant from a small world. This made him boil in anger and simmer with killing intent. Chapter 987. More Helping Hands. Zhao Luan had only wanted to kill Ling Han to save face before. From this instant on, however, he was finally taking Ling Han seriously, now viewing him as an enemy whom he definitely had to kill. Facing an enemy, of course he had to be as ruthless as the autumn wind was to falling leaves. Zhao Luan wore a cold expression as he made a tapping motion toward Gu Lingyu. As if becoming a stone statue, she instantly became immobile. "Han, no wonder you're so arrogant and dare to challenge me. It turns out that you're hiding behind women." Zhao Luan closed in on Ling Han and delivered another palm strike toward him. "However, no one that I've wanted to kill has ever escaped alive." Puh. The ground tremored as his palm slammed down, yet Ling Han had already disappeared from the ground. There was a hint of astonishment on Zhao Luan's face as he had just seen Ling Han push off from the ground in a timely manner, relying on the momentum of his motion to evade his strike. Ling Han performed some stretches as he channeled the indestructible Heaven's Scroll. The wounds on his body instantly started to heal at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. There was a glimmer in his eyes and he said, "Zhao Luan, you still don't have the right to do as you please." After such a long time he had already recovered some of his strength. "Is that so?" Zhao Luan said as he immediately composed himself. He would be able to easily suppress Ling Han as long as he was still at the medium extreme. He extended an arm and used his origin power to form a gigantic palm that bore down toward Ling Han from the sky. Not only was this palm incredibly quick, but it was also incredibly large. There was absolutely no way to escape it. Ling Han drew on all his power before throwing his fists toward the sky. However, the difference in power was too large and he was still mercilessly struck down. He spat out another mouthful of blood. However, under everyone's surprised gaze, he immediately crawled up again, his body brimming with a soaring fighting spirit. Is this person an invincible god of war? Everyone was shocked speechless. Normally speaking, a cultivator at the consummate level could easily crush a cultivator at the medium extreme with a single strike. After all, there was a battle prowess differential of a whopping 8 stars. However, Ling Han stood up time and time again, and this refreshed everyone's understanding of cultivation. So, cultivators at the medium extreme can also become this powerful. What cultivation technique is this ant from the small world practicing? Or what kind of mystical treasures has he received? Why is his battle prowess so high, and why is his physique so formidable? Even Zhao Luan started to develop covetous thoughts. He discovered that he had truly underestimated this person from the small world. He had always thought that small worlds were primitive and unable to produce any rare treasures. He was wrong. He refused to believe that anyone could be born as such. Ling Han had definitely received some kind of inheritance, some kind of astonishing inheritance. It would be his now. Die. Zhao Luan finally became serious, and divine patterns fluctuated with a terrifying might as he delivered a palm strike. Ling Han roared loudly as he unleashed his earth-overturning seal and activated his Eye of Truth. Pum. There was a loud collision and he was instantly sent flying again. To say nothing of the fact that Zhao Luan was a 4-star genius, the 8 subminor levels between them was already something that Ling Han couldn't overcome. However, his physique was far too formidable, and his skin merely cracked a little after he faced Zhao Luan's strike head-on. His godly bones were completely unscathed. This was nothing to Ling Han, and his wounds instantly started to heal rapidly as he channeled the indestructible Heaven's Scroll. Everyone's eyes bulged out in surprise. They had never seen anyone with such a powerful physique before. So be it if Ling Han's physique was formidable, but what was with his freakish healing ability as well? Unless one was able to severely wound Ling Han with a single strike, it was completely possible that he could heal himself time and time again. If one could only cause him minor wounds, it would be useless even if they were to completely exhaust themselves attacking him. Ha 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 ha. Following a loud laugh, a figure leaped down from the mountain peak and landed between Ling Han and Zhao Luan. Sha Yuan. He unfurled his fan with a swoosh and after flapping it a few times he said, Zhao Luan, where are my winnings? A look of anger instantly surfaced on Zhao Luan's face and he said, do you think that I'm going to cheat you? That's hard to say. Every day is an uneasy day before the winnings enter my pocket. Sha Yuan smiled and said, I have to ask for my winnings openly even if you're my blood brother. Hurry up and hand me my winnings. Zhao Luan knew that Sha Yuan was purposefully distracting him in order to protect Ling Han. However, how could he do as Sha Yuan pleased? Sha Yuan, don't think that I'm unaware of what you're doing, he said coldly. What am I doing? Sha Yuan asked with a smile. Zhao Luan took a deep breath and said, I'll give you 2 sheets of white cloud star metal if you let today's matter slide. Sha Yuan's strength and status were both equal to his, and it would genuinely be a hassle if he were to stick his nose into the matter. Thus, he was willing to sacrifice another sheet of white cloud star metal in exchange for Sha Yuan leaving the matter between him and Ling Han alone. 2 sheets of white cloud star metal? Sha Yuan's hearts thumped in excitement. 1 sheet of white cloud star metal was only enough to form part of a god tool and raise its quality by a little. 2 sheets, on the other hand, were enough to forge a complete god tool. That was a level 7 god tool. Just thinking about it made him shiver in eagerness. One had to realize, godly metals became extremely rare starting from level 5 onwards. He only pondered for a short moment before immediately coming to a decision. Deal? After saying this, he retreated to the side and acted as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Zhao Luan turned his gaze to Ling Han once more. This brat had just caused him to lose another sheet of white cloud star metal, and this made his killing intent burn even stronger. At the same time, he also became more eager to learn the unbelievably powerful secret behind Ling Han's power. Ling Han glanced at Sha Yuan, his good impression of him vanishing into smoke. Then, he drew his divine sword and raised his left palm as he prepared to defend his dignity. Meow. Who dares to touch this king's cat slave? The big white cat brandished its paws at Zhao Luan as it appeared. Head Fu's beast pet? Zhao Luan said in surprise. This lowly ant from the small world was truly mysterious. In just a few days he had already become acquainted with those related to the left minister, Head Fu, and the Alchemy Institution. Pay. Trash such as humans are all this king's cat slaves. The big white cat said proudly. For the sake of Head Fu, I'll spare your life. Zhao Luan made a pointing motion in an attempt to subdue the white cat. Xiao. The white cat's body flashed aside at an incredible speed. Zhao Luan was slightly startled. The speed of the white cat was beyond his expectations. However, Zhao Luan was merely a little surprised. After all, his cultivation level of the low extreme was absolute. The big white cat was immobilized by Zhao Luan after only 3 exchanges. Zhao Luan was also careful with his attacks, and he only stripped the big white cat of its ability to move. He didn't hurt it a single bit. Detestable human, hurry up and release this king, the big white cat yelled. It appeared extremely furious. Everyone was astonished. The left minister and Head Fu were both elites at the heavenly body tier, and it was a huge surprise that Ling Han was actually able to become friendly with their forces at the same time. Even Zhao Luan started to feel a little pressure. If Sha Yuan hadn't moved aside for material benefits, it would have been 3 Heavenly Body Tier Forces members standing up for Ling Han. However, thinking back to the fact that Ling Han potentially had a peerless inheritance, he immediately steadied his resolve again. He definitely had to snatch it. Die. He swiped his palm toward Ling Han. You go die. Ling Han roared furiously as his sword and palm both struck out in unison. He had started to counterattack. Chapter 988, Arrival of the Ninth King. However, it didn't matter how freakish Ling Han was. After all, one's cultivation level limited how powerful they could become. Under Zhao Luan's powerful and relentless attacks, Ling Han could only be sent flying by slashes, palm strikes and kicks. However, what made the spectators' heads go numb was the fact that Ling Han was still alive and kicking after taking all those strikes head-on. At most, he had only bled a little more than before. This caused Sha Yuan to also itch with eagerness. If he could obtain such a formidable physique, would becoming invincible in his tier still be a mere dream? Would he still allow Zhao Luan to enjoy the title of #1 prodigy by himself? He secretly decided that he would rush over no matter what if Zhao Luan managed to kill Ling Han. He would cut in before Zhao Luan, then pluck Ling Han's soul and obtain his incredible secret. Now, however, he would let Zhao Luan be that evil person who killed Ling Han. In some hidden area. Can we still not stop him? Zhang Deman asked in a panicked voice. His impression of Ling Han was fairly good. The head of institution said that we must give Great General Zhao some face, an elder said. So, we have to give Zhao Luan a limited amount of special treatment. Anyway, there's us here, so that brat definitely won't face any fatal danger. We can take advantage of this opportunity and suppress Zhao Luan's conceit and arrogance in a moment. That way, even Great General Zhao won't be able to say anything. Otherwise, even Head Fu won't be able to contain the rage of an elite at the Heavenly Body Tier. However, that brat seems to be able to take quite the beating. What an absolute freak. Indeed, indeed. If I hadn't seen this with my own 2 eyes, I would have never believed that a cultivator who has just advanced to the medium extreme would be able to take so many strikes. By the looks of it, we can completely return home to take a nap, then come back over to check on the situation. There was a total of 7 elders whispering to each other, and they were all astonished by the strength that Ling Han had displayed. Zhao Luan's expression became increasingly cold. Although Ling Han was continuously being wounded, he just wouldn't die no matter what. The longer this lasted, the more face he would lose. Even ordinary cultivators at the consummate level wouldn't need so long to dispose of a cultivator at the medium extreme, not to mention that he was a 4-star genius. Zhao Luan, are you done yet? An aloof yet charming voice traveled over as Shui Yinyu walked over from the distance. Her beautiful face was full of anger. An excited expression instantly spread across Zhao Luan's face, and there was a hint of lust in his eyes. Among some circles in the imperial capital, Shui Yinyu had the nickname Little Empress. This wasn't because she was very strong, very talented, or had a very powerful background, but instead because of the hint of seductiveness in her aloof nature that was a little like that of the Empress of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire. The Empress was out of everyone's league, but if they could capture Shui Yinyu's heart, she would still act as a good replacement. Thus, the number of people pursuing Shui Yinyu also far exceeded the number of people pursuing Zhou Minghuai, who was one of the twin pearls of the empire. It was only because Zhao Lun, only child of Great General Zhao, had acted earliest and announced his ownership of Shui Yinyu that no one dared to openly covet her. She was a seductive beauty who could hook one's soul, and worried that his son would drown in a sea of lust, Great General Zhao forbade Zhao Luan from marrying before he reached the Sun Moon tier. It was because of this that Shui Yinyu was able to maintain her freedom until now. Otherwise, she would have already been sold by her clan. Thus, Zhao Luan would feel a burning desire and lust every time he saw Shui Yinyu, and he could barely contain himself from immediately pushing this captivating and seductive beauty down. Hee, I'm merely killing a person, Zhao Luan said indifferently. Why such an overreaction, Yinyu? Ever since Shui Yinyu had publicly said that she had made a private pledge of marriage with Ling Han, Zhao Luan had already sentenced Ling Han to death in his mind. He had simply been lacking an excuse to kill him. Don't drag other unrelated people into the matter between you and me, Shui Yinyu scolded loudly. Zhao Luan sneered and said, this brat isn't an unrelated person. Zhao Luan, what do you want? Shui Yinyu shouted as she bit her ruby lip. Originally, she had indeed only planned on using Ling Han to escape Zhao Luan's clutches. After their trip to the Heavenly Sea Mystery Realm, however, her mindset underwent a gradual change. Now she definitely didn't want to see Ling Han die. Zhao Luan involuntarily squinted his eyes in anger. He had always held Shui Yinyu in high regard, but had Shui Yinyu ever cared for him even a little? And now, Shui Yinyu actually looked like she was willing to sacrifice everything for a lowly ant from a small world. His eyes turned red from extreme jealousy. No, Ling Han must die. Zhao Luan humphed in fury and pointed a finger at Shui Yinyu, rendering her immobile. Then he charged toward Ling Han. Die. 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 There's no way that I can't even kill a measly ant of the medium extreme. Zhao Luan chuckled coldly as frightening divine patterns flashed across his hands like undulating water. Pa! Zhao Luan's palm struck over, and a gaping wound instantly appeared in Ling Han's chest. His blood and flesh instantly disappeared, revealing his white bones. What was harrowing was that Ling Han was already channeling his indestructible heaven scroll, yet the rate at which his wound healed was unbelievably slow. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that his strike had wounded Ling Han, Zhao Luan instantly started to laugh loudly. He would corrode all of Ling Han's flesh, then slowly disintegrate his divine sense. He would wipe his love rival off the face of this world. The medium extreme is only the medium extreme after all, he said in disdain. Ling Han wasn't flustered, and as he continued to defend against Zhao Luan's strikes, he coldly responded, you're merely relying on the fact that you're 2 minor levels above me. If we were on the same cultivation level, I could slay you as easily as I slay chickens. It's a shame that you'll never get such a chance, Zhao Luan said in a sinister voice. You're destined to die here today. His attacks became even more frantic as he spoke. Who said he won't? A furious voice sounded in the distance. Greetings, Ninth King. Everyone in the surroundings instantly kneeled down to pay their respects. No one here was exempt from this. The left and right ministers and the 7 generals were elites at the heavenly body tier, so they didn't need to kneel when seeing the Empress. However, they still had to cup their fists to express their absolute respect. Seeing the 9 kings was equivalent to seeing the Empress. This was the Empress of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire's holy decree. Zhao Luan wasn't Great General Zhao, so he instantly stopped his attacks and half-kneeled on the ground. Hu Feiyun walked out from the crowd of spectators and instantly yelped in surprise upon seeing the gaping wound on the left of Ling Han's ribcage. Ling Han, you're wounded. The spectators were almost frightened to death when they heard her. The 9th King's relationship with Ling Han is this good. She was the 9th King. What kind of status was this? Even the left and right ministers and the 7 generals had to respectfully obey her commands. She was one of the 9 people the Empress was most fond of. Yet, Ling Han had actually become acquainted with her. Jealousy instantly appeared on everyone's faces. If Ling Han was genuinely able to marry the 9th King, his status would instantly soar from that of a lowly ant to an unimaginable height. Even powerful figures such as the left and right minister wouldn't be able to match his status. Ling Han nodded and said, I'm fine. Zhao Luan's body was trembling slightly. How could he imagine that Ling Han would somehow become acquainted with the 9th King while having a dubious relationship with Shui Yinyu? Where was justice? Hu Feiyun's expression relaxed slightly when she heard Ling Han's reply. Zhao Luan, what's so impressive about bullying someone weaker than you? Everyone says that you're the #1 prodigy in the imperial capital. So, why don't you show me your abilities today? Mu, seal his cultivation level and make him fight with Ling Han on equal footing. She turned around and issued an order to a female guard. As you command. The female guard showed no hesitation as she pressed her palm toward Zhao Luan. Chapter 989, Residual Gold War Buddha Fist. Although Zhao Luan was surprised and angry, he didn't dare go against the 9th King's will. Moreover, the female guard was an elite at the medium extreme of the Sun-Moon tier, and her strength was several tens of thousands of times stronger than his. Thus, it came as no surprise that his cultivation level was instantly sealed. Black divine chains appeared on 2 of his mountain rivers, forcefully locking them down. His cultivation level immediately fell to the medium extreme, which was the same as Ling Han's. Although there were many powerful elders in the academy, none of them came out to help Ling Han just then, as they were all wary of Great General Zhao. Now that the Ninth King had personally issued a command, who still dared to stick their nose in this matter? Out of Great General Zhao and the Ninth King, who was more influential? If Great General Zhao dared to provoke the Ninth King, the 7 generals would quickly become the 6 generals. There was no doubt about this. Now you two can battle again. Hu Feiyun's voice was cold as if she wasn't biased toward any one of them. Zhao Luan was naturally seething with anger. What kind of demonic power did this lowly being from the small world possess? It had only been half a year, yet the left minister's daughter and the Ninth King were all standing up for him now. Meanwhile, although Shui Yinyu and Gu Lingyu's statuses were much lower, they were still renowned beauties from well-off families. He laughed with confidence as he spoke. So what if we battle with the same cultivation level? I, Zhao Luan, am the #1 prodigy of these past 1,000 years. Who can challenge my might? However, he genuinely didn't dare to take his opponent lightly this time around. He balled his hands into fists. Wang. Golden light instantly radiated from his fists. Pu piu piu. His sleeves bulged up as if his muscles were suddenly exploding in size at this moment. Is this Great General Zhao's ultimate technique, the residual Gold War Buddha fist? Someone yelped in surprise. That's right, this is one of Great General Zhao's ultimate techniques. It's rumored that when Great General Zhao was at the Sun Moon tier, he once used 3 moves from this technique to smash a powerful enemy at the consummate level of the Sun Moon tier to pulp. That was the battle which earned him the status of a great elite. After so many years, Great General Zhao has definitely raised the might of the residual Gold War Buddha fist by a few notches. Zhao Luan is getting serious this time. Of course he is. They're both at the same cultivation level right now, and Ling Han is also a 4-star genius. If he doesn't take it seriously, won't he simply be seeking death? I seem to have heard that Ling Han reached the Crimson Lake Island 3 times. So, is it possible that he's reached the level of 5-star genius? 5-star geniuses only exist in legends. How can it be so easy to reach it? Him reaching the island 3 times is indeed more impressive than Zhao Luan. However, he can at most only surpass 4.5 stars. He definitely can't surpass 5 stars. Zhao Luan strode toward Ling Han as the spectators quietly chattered among themselves. Ling Han clasped the wound on his left side with one of his hands. There was a strong corrosive ability that could melt metal and disintegrate bones contained within Zhao Luan's palm strike. Moreover, it even formed divine patterns in his wound, and these divine patterns continued to circulate and prevent his wound from healing. Ling Han had to destroy these divine patterns before he could heal his wound. However, these divine patterns were abnormally sturdy, and even his origin power couldn't wash them away. Moreover, he couldn't enter the Black Tower right now, which meant he couldn't use the Black Tower's abilities to get rid of these divine patterns either. He could only rack his brain for other ideas. A thought flashed through Ling Han's mind, and he instantly activated his divine patterns of flame. The divine patterns clashed, and the foreign divine patterns were quickly burned into ashes. As expected. When Zhao Luan had attacked him just then, he had seen a layer of water-like divine light. That was most likely a water element cultivation technique. It was in conflict with the fire element, and using one against the other was the best way to deal with techniques of these elements. Even at the same cultivation level, I can still crush you with ease. Zhao Luan swung his fists as he charged over. First strike of the residual Gold War Buddha fist, rising wave stirs winds and clouds. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, I've never come across an opponent who's stronger than me at the same cultivation level. You're no different. He unleashed his earth-overturning seal in reply to Zhao Luan's strike. Puh. Ling Han stood proud and unmoving during this exchange. Meanwhile, Zhao Luan heavily stumbled back a dozen or so steps. The blood in his body churned, and his face also shifted between white and red. Gasp. When battling in the same cultivation level, Zhao Luan is truly no match for Ling Han. Excitement and disbelief swept through the crowd. Putting aside Zhao Luan's personality, the level of his natural talent was indeed worthy of being #1 in the Chaotic Star's majestic empire. In fact, he had displayed an even stronger potential, and there was a chance that he could become an elite of the heavenly body tier in the future. Yet, A freakish talent such as him was actually at a disadvantage while battling against someone at the same cultivation level. This Ling Han. His power is definitely not limited to the early stage of the medium extreme. It's probably close to the peak stage already. I agree. His palm techniques seem very ordinary, yet he's still able to wield such terrifying battle prowess. This is almost certainly because his power far exceeds his cultivation level, therefore raising the level of his battle prowess. Gasp. Does this mean his battle prowess will become even stronger if he cultivates a higher level secret technique? He can become a 5-star genius. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Were they truly going to witness the rise of a 5-star genius? Damn it, damn it. Zhao Luan roared in fury as he launched another attack. Second strike of the residual gold war Buddha fist 3 waves conquer the world. Boom. The might of his fist instantly soared threefold. As before, Ling Han responded with his earth overturning seal. Both he and Zhao Luan were using metal element cultivation techniques, and as metallic sheen collided and intertwined, it was as if both of them had become metallic gods of war. As their attacks collided, both of them leaped backward. They were evenly matched in this exchange. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Luan roared with laughter and said, "Your strength is only SS. I still haven't unleashed my most powerful third strike." Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "You're feeling too good about yourself, and you're also too good at deceiving yourself. Who said that this is the full extent of my strength?" Is that so? Zhao Luan charged over again, once more unleashing the second strike of the residual gold war Buddha fist. Terrifying rays of metallic light intertwined as their attacks collided. Very few people noticed that Zhao Luan's eyes would become slightly more golden every time he launched an attack. After 10 or so strikes, his eyes had already become completely gold. Third strike of the residual gold war Buddha fist 9 waves pierced the sun and moon. His body grew rapidly as he roared, and he transformed into a golden giant that measured a full 9 meters in height. He had finally unleashed his most powerful strike, one that raised his battle prowess by a whopping 9-fold. It wasn't that he was going easy on Ling Han just then. Rather, he needed to strengthen his physique before he could unleash the third strike. Thus, he needed to enter the state of the 9-meter golden body first, something that required considerable time. Once this transformation was complete, however, he was able to launch an earth-shattering strike. Boom. A gigantic golden fist smashed down from the sky. There was nothing fancy about it, and it was all brute explosive power. Ling Han struck out with his palm again, merely unleashing the earth overturning seal. Pum. Fist and palm met, and the discrepancy in their size was jarringly obvious. The golden fist crushed down and relentlessly pushed Ling Han backward. If it hadn't been for the stones in this arena being strong enough, 2 streaks of footprints would have already been dug into the ground. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Luan roared with laughter as he furiously smashed his 2 gigantic fists toward Ling Han. The residual gold war Buddha fist had 3 moves, yet these weren't different in terms of technique. Rather, they were different in terms of how much power was channeled. The energy expenditure of the third strike was huge, and it also came with some side effects. After all, it was a strike that could raise one's battle prowess 9-fold. During this time, the wielder of this technique was almost invincible. Who in the same cultivation level could challenge him? Chapter 990, Battle for the Title of Number 1 Prodigy. Zhao Luan laughed loudly and said, "You're still too weak to challenge me for the title of number 1 Prodigy." As he spoke, a deafening sound echoed from his 9-meter-tall golden body. Like arrows being fired one after another, his fists relentlessly beat down on Ling Han. It was as if his attacks would never stop. Everyone was stunned by Zhao Luan's overwhelming might. As expected of the number 1 prodigy of the past 1,000 years. His might is truly formidable, and even if he battles someone at the same cultivation level of the peak stage of the medium extreme, how many can stand firm under such a vicious barrage of attacks? Ling Han humphed and activated his divine patterns of gravity. Zhao Luan instantly felt as if he were bogged down in mud. He stepped forward with a foot, yet his other foot was surprisingly impossible to lift off the ground. He couldn't help but stagger. Divine patterns of gravity. Zhao Luan humped. He had also obtained gravity element mountain river stones before, so he naturally knew what Ling Han was doing right now. He also activated his divine patterns of gravity to cancel out the effects of Ling Han's. Then he raised his gigantic golden fist and smashed them toward Ling Han again. Boom. This strike was terrifying, and its pressure caused even the surrounding space to fluctuate. Ling Han was fearless, and he immediately activated his 7-kill subduing soul technique. Zhao Luan instantly felt as if there were needles jabbing at his mind. He could barely stop himself from groaning in pain. However, he was extremely experienced and immediately deduced that Ling Han had used a spiritual attack on him, so he hurriedly stabilized his divine sense. However, this momentary pause instantly caused Zhao Luan's fist to lose its target. Ling Han took advantage of this opportunity to grab his wrist, after which he viciously threw him outward. Pum. Zhao Luan's body was gigantic right now, so his fall was also extremely heavy. A dark expression spread across his face as he crashed into the ground, and a mouthful of blood instantly shot out from his mouth. Zhao Luan was wounded. Someone was actually able to wound Zhao Luan when battling at the same cultivation level. This was definitely a mightily stunning piece of news. Zhao Luan's name had always been synonymous with the term invincible in the same cultivation level. Now, however, he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Who would believe this if they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes? Ah! Zhao Luan howled in fury as countless veins bulged from his gigantic golden body. They were like several hundred golden snakes, each of which radiated with a sinister aura. He slapped his hands against the ground, and his body instantly shot back to an upright position. Then he charged toward Ling Han again. Boom. His fist crashed over like an overwhelming divine mountain. I said that if we were at the same cultivation level, I could suppress you with a single hand. Ling Han placed his left hand behind his back as he struck his right palm toward Zhao Luan. However, this wasn't his main attack, and he unleashed his 7-kill subduing soul technique at Zhao Luan again. Immortals also cultivated their spirit. Although Ling Han could use mountain river stones to raise his strength to the immortal level before, his lack of corresponding comprehension meant that his divine sense didn't experience any growth. It was only because he had taken a sip of the Reincarnation tea that his divine sense was far more powerful than ordinary cultivators at the Shattering Void tier. Combined with the tempering from the second layer of his indestructible Heaven Scroll, his divine sense was not only powerful, but also incredibly stable. His divine sense wasn't any bit weaker than an ordinary cultivator's at the Mountain River tier. After he advanced into the Mountain River tier, the strength of his divine sense naturally underwent a qualitative change, far exceeding the level achieved by ordinary cultivators at the medium extreme. It was definitely on par with cultivators at the high extreme, perhaps even the consummate level. Thus, Zhao Luan couldn't block Ling Han's spiritual attack even though his divine sense was already at the consummate level. Although each spiritual attack could only affect him a tiny bit, this was a battle between elites, so each tiny bit was enough to influence the outcome of the battle. Zhao Luan's strikes were powerful, yet none of them was able to hit their target. So, what did it matter if they were powerful? Zhao Luan was either slammed into the ground by Ling Han or relentlessly struck by his palms. Quang quang quang. As if it had become metallic, his golden body continued to ring with crisp clanging sounds. Who would have thought that apart from a short while in the beginning, Zhao Lun's number 1 prodigy would end up being beaten one-sidedly? Zhao Luan was simmering with rage. He was being beaten in front of so many people. How utterly humiliating. His expression became frosty as a powerful aura instantly emanated from his body. This was an extremely ancient aura that was also brimming with a formidable might. Power of the nation, many people exclaimed. Not long ago, Zhao Luan had been appointed as a 7th-rank military officer by the Empress, meaning he was able to use the power of the nation. Although he wasn't allowed to draw on as much power as the left and right ministers and the 7 generals could, his low cultivation level meant that he wouldn't be able to draw on much even if there was no restriction. Zhao Luan's disadvantage instantly disappeared under the support of the power of the nation. His golden body became dazzling again. In fact, it was even more dazzling than before. Peng 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 peng. He grabbed this opportunity to counterattack, instantly forcing Ling Han to continuously retreat. Ling Han was slightly astonished. With the support of the power of the nation, even Zhao Luan's divine sense seemed to gain an extra layer of protection. When he unleashed his 7-kill subduing soul technique, it was actually rebounded back, completely unable to harm Zhao Luan. Die. Zhao Luan's eyes were red with rage as his gigantic body cast a huge shadow on the ground. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "You've merely raised your battle prowess by 1 star and used the power of the nation to protect your divine sense. It's not like you have an indestructible body. What are you so smug about?" Ling Han increased the distance between him and Zhao Luan before immediately releasing an arrow, using his body like a bow and his origin power as an arrow. Zhao Luan was deeply astonished. This was the technique that had killed by Yuansi not long ago. Although the might of this arrow paled in comparison, a large portion of his strength had also been sealed at this moment. He couldn't take this arrow lightly. He raised his hand with much difficulty. Puh! The arrow pierced through his arm, with even his golden body unable to block its might. Then the arrow transformed into specks of origin power that eventually vanished into thin air. Zhao Luan's face was ashen as blood flowed from his arm. After drawing on the power of the nation, he had initially thought that victory was within his grasp. Much to his disbelief, however, Ling Han immediately gave him a slap across the cheek. This wasn't the ultimate arrow, so Ling Han wasn't drained of all his strength after firing this shot. He immediately drew his bow and fired another shot. Twang! Twang! Zhao Luan retreated a step with each arrow that Ling Han fired. His body was riddled with holes, even his golden body was unable to resist the power of the annihilating Dragon Star arrow. Ah! Zhao Luan let loose a furious cry as the golden light on his body disappeared. Meanwhile, he also shrunk from 9 meters back down to his original size. Although the 9-meter-tall golden body could increase his battle prowess 9-fold, it also turned him into a huge target that was much more susceptible to Ling Han's attacks. Could it be that Zhao Luan is going to surrender? "I'll let you see my true strength," Zhao Luan said in a sinister voice. He extended his right hand, and it surprisingly became water-like and inky black. Ling Han's heart jolted. This was the aura that Zhao Luan's strike from before had contained. This was the aura that had even torn apart his physique and corroded all the way to his godly bones. Is this the ancient technique that Zhao Luan's been practicing all this time? Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, yet his hands didn't slow down a single bit, instantly releasing another arrow. Zhao Luan didn't dodge and instead furiously charged toward Ling Han. Puh! The origin power arrow collided with Zhao Luan's body. However, Zhao Luan's body uncannily transformed into a liquid-like state that was malleable and like cotton. The arrow instantly tore through his body. Then, like ripples of water, his torn body started to heal itself. Regardless of how strong a god tool was, could it permanently sever running water? Chapter 991, Corrosive Water 3000. Zhao Luan had already reached Ling Han, his fist crashing down on him. Ling Han stretched out his arms to parry, but he immediately discovered that, to his shock, Zhao Luan's arms had actually become akin to flowing water, bursting through his defenses and striking towards his chest. Peng! He was immediately sent flying, and only landed after turning 3 somersaults midair. He looked down and his chest had actually been corroded and bones could be seen. Indeed, it was this kind of attack. Ha ha ha! Seeing that his blow had taken effect, Zhao Luan burst into sudden loud laughter, and once more brandished his fists in a series of attacks. This was the ancient technique that he had cultivated, called Corrosive Water 3000. Previously, he had stayed underneath a waterfall to observe the rhythm of flowing water so that he could master this ancient technique. And now that he was using it, the might of this move was indeed incredible. In that moment, Ling Han did not have any good way to respond to this move, and could only retreat continuously. Zhao Luan had definitely not done something as simple as turning into liquid. Otherwise, with the power behind the attack of a mountain river tier cultivator, even a huge river could be beaten into billions of water droplets, so Zhao Luan would be turned to a torn body and crushed bones. In the present case, Zhao Luan was showing the full flexibility attribute of water, and no force could be exerted on him at all. No matter how sky-high your strength is, can you still hurt even the tiniest bit of me? Ha ha, this is what true power is. Zhao Luan laughed madly, delivering punches in quick succession. With the boost from Power of the Nation, he was now superior to Ling Han by a sub-minor level. Furthermore, Power of the Nation still had the effect of protecting his divine sense, and now his Corrosive Water 3000 had become a threat to Ling Han's physique. No matter from which angle he looked at it, his victory was assured. In a battle of equal levels, I am the true invincible one. Hearing Zhao Luan's boast, Sha Yuan revealed an expression of defiance. However, he had no choice but to admit that in a battle at equal level, he was indeed not a match for Zhao Luan. He could not defeat him in the past, and even more so could not beat him now. This move of transforming himself into flowing water, an ancient technique that was filled with a corrosive ability, was really too terrifying. Just become a pool of corroded liquid. Zhao Luan laughed loudly, his eyes exuding a cold, manic light. The fact that he had been pressured by Ling Han to the extent that he had to reveal this ancient technique ahead of time made him extremely displeased. It should have been one of his biggest trump cards, used to suppress powerful foes, yet now he had revealed it ahead of time. He would definitely be targeted by others, and they would definitely try to find a way to counter it. Thoughts streaked through Ling Han's mind like lightning. Previously he had used the divine patterns of flame to erase the poison of the corrosive waters, so could he use them to restrain the other, then? He was a believer in getting things done. As he coagulated an arrow, he had already circulated the divine patterns of flame. Xiao, the arrow of origin power, shot out, and light red appeared on the original white of the arrow. Zhao Luan was unafraid, not even bothering to block. He wanted to use the same trick again and allow the arrow to pass through his body. The arrow reached its target and shot into his left shoulder without erring, but unlike he had expected, the arrow did not shoot right out without dealing any kind of damage to him. Instead, his expression changed drastically into one of astonishment as a hint of pain appeared on his face. Black smoke was actually streaming out of his shoulder and there was a faint smell of burnt meat. Zhao Luan stumbled back, an expression of absolute disbelief and shock appearing on his face. Ling Han actually broke through his corrosive water 3000. How is this possible? Don't think that fire would be able to overcome water. If the corrosive water 3000 could be easily overcome by flames, then what need was there for him to spend such a long time to cultivate this technique? The corrosive water was extremely poisonous, and was unafraid of flames. At least as far as he knew, if one wanted to overcome his corrosive water, it was only possible if that person's power dominated over him completely. One attack and his body would be completely shattered as he would collapse, heavily wounded. That was the only way the corrosive water 3000 would stop functioning. Ling Han's power was definitely not as strong as his. Then there was only one reason. His flames were of terrifyingly high quality, and might even be not the least bit inferior to his corrosive water. That was the only way his flames could overcome his water. Incredibly jealous, he could not help but ask, "What technique is this?" It should be known that he had spent a few decades just to successfully cultivate this technique. Meanwhile, the other party had broken through to the mountain river tier not even a full year ago, yet had already cultivated a secret technique that could match his ancient technique. How could he accept this? This was a blow heavy enough to practically twist all his views on life. Ling Han gave an "oh," and then said, "It's not any technique. I just obtained flame mountain river stones from the flame cave, and after refining them I obtained divine patterns of flame, but I didn't imagine that they just so happened to be able to restrain your power." Zhao Luan was gaping in shock. It was actually so simple. He did not even cultivate any kind of secret technique, and merely refined a few mountain river stones? He was really about to cry. However, he immediately recalled the effects of the gravity mountain river stone. They were extremely amazing. The mountain river stone that Ling Han obtained definitely had to be of a special attribute, gifting him divine patterns of flame. Damn, damn, damn. He cursed repeatedly in his heart. Were the divine patterns of flame really so powerful? It should be known that he too had obtained a flame mountain river stone, though he had not done so personally. Instead, it had come into his hands by paying a copious amount at an auction. However, the divine patterns of flame were definitely no match for corrosive water 3000. Wait. Zhao Luan suddenly exclaimed, "How many flame mountain river stones have you gotten exactly?" "Not too bad, just 7. As Ling Han spoke, he continued to rush towards Zhao Luan. Now that he knew how to oppose the corrosive water 3000, what further threat did Zhao Luan pose to him? Peng peng peng. He wrapped divine patterns of flame around his fists. This was much simpler than adding them onto the arrow of origin power. 7 divine patterns glowed at the same time, and his fists were burning with flames. One punch and Zhao Luan was spitting up blood repeatedly. 7. Zhao Luan's eyes were practically about to pop out of their sockets. how precious were mountain river stones with special attributes? Even a genius like him could only manage to land on the Crimson Lakes Island twice, and obtain just 2 gravity mountain river stones. And Ling Han actually got 7. He was practically a monster. This became the straw that broke the camel's back, shattering his fighting spirit. Furthermore, he had endured so many arrows just now, so how could it have had no effect at all? He did not have as tough a physique as Ling Han, and was merely using his origin power to forcefully suppress his wounds. But he had to stretch out his 9-meter golden body, and also had to suppress his wounds. How much pressure did he have to endure? Now that his fighting spirit had collapsed, he instantly could not hold on anymore. Peng. He was thrashed by Ling Han, and this time he was really like a beaten army in total collapse. It was no longer possible to turn the tides. Let's see you be arrogant. Let's see you be domineering. Ling Han was treating Zhao Luan like a punching bag, striking continuously. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on then. You just bully others because of your higher cultivation level and your better background. What difference is there between you and those profligate spoilt young masters? What number 1 genius? Absolute crap. The more Ling Han spoke, the more furious he became. He transformed his anger into force behind his punches, and endlessly pummeled his fists onto Zhao Luan's body. Have you had enough? Zhao Luan shouted. He was the only son of the great General Zhao. When had he endured such humiliation before? You can't take it already? Ling Han raised his foot, just about to step down on Zhao Luan's face. Everyone had almost stopped breathing from the shock. If this foot landed, then a huge enmity that would not end until one was dead would really form between both parties. But upon further contemplation, it was apparent that Zhao Luan wanted to kill Ling Han, so there did not seem to be anything else left to fear. You dare. Zhao Luan meanwhile was so terrified his face had turned completely pale. If his face was really stepped on in front of so many people, what pride would he have left to face others? Chapter 992, Can't Stand Out Too Much. Ling Han's foot paused and then stopped. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If this foot really landed, who knew what kind of madness Zhao Luan would sink into? In his rage, he might even kill them all to stop them from leaking the truth. Zhao Luan seemed like he had completely spread out. This defeat was enough of a humiliation. If his face was really stepped on, how would he be able to face others in future? If I step on others, I'll stand out too much, which doesn't match my modest image, Ling Han mumbled to himself. Zhao Luan almost exploded in fury. You actually think you're humble? You've hooked up with the daughter of the left minister, and there was also the 9th king, and you had even snatched my woman. You are already standing out so much, so how else do you want to display how modest you are? However, now that Ling Han did not step on his face, he did not dare take the initiative to incite him. Otherwise, it would really be too late for him to regret. Ling Han broke out into a grin, removed his shoe and said, If I use this to smack you, it would not stand out too much, I guess. Zhao Luan's whole body erupted in goosebumps, and he broke out in a cold sweat due to his terror. He exclaimed, Don't you take things too far. I am Zhao Luan. Zhao Luan. Luan your sister. Pa. Ling Han simply smacked his shoe right over, landing a solid hit, immediately leaving behind a distinct shoe print on Zhao Luan's face. Weren't you so very arrogant? Didn't you want to make other people into your dogs? Today I will teach you how to behave. Who do you think you are? Just because you have a little authority, a little status and some abilities, you can act so arrogant, and fancy that you are the son of a great general? If you actually became an emperor one day, wouldn't you float straight up into the sky? Ling Han accompanied each word with a slap, and very soon, Zhao Luan's face was covered with shoe prints, completely concealing his handsome face. Those in the surroundings all inhaled sharply. Their mouths were gaping wide as they watched dumbstruck. The one and only son of the great General Zhao was actually slapped with a shoe in public. What kind of great humiliation was this? What if the great General Zhao flew into rage? If he really wanted to kill Ling Han, how could it be that the Empress would behead the great General Zhao to be buried next to him? Ling Han was only Ling Han, a native from a small world, so how could he be compared with the great General Zhao? Pa 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 pa. The sound of slapping rang out endlessly, but after only about 20-odd slaps, with a pa, the shoe in Ling Han's hand broke in half. Your skin is really quite thick and old. No wonder you dare to act so arrogant and tyrannical. Ling Han casually tossed down the broken shoe and removed the other side as well. Then he drew out a new pair of shoes which he slipped on. Yuan, your sister, you broke one of my shoes, so how are you going to compensate me for it? Ling Han lifted the other shoe, looking like he was about to start smacking him again. Everyone was stunned. You were obviously the one who had smacked him with the shoe so hard that it broke in half. At this moment, 10,000 curse words had to be streaming through Zhao Luan's head. You actually make a false countercharge. I've never seen someone as tyrannical as you. But upon further thought, Zhao Luan had been so arrogant previously. It had obviously been a mortal duel between Ling Han and Bai Yuansi, and he actually ignored the academy regulations, and planned to interfere and cause injury. If it were not for the fact that Ling Han's physique was tough enough, he would have long since been killed 800 times, and if it were not for the fact that the Ninth King had rushed here just in time, what chance would Ling Han have had in turning the tides? Even the mildest person would have a temper. Ling Han, you've gone too far. Zhao Luan exclaimed, his brow twisted and eyes slanted. Though Ling Han's shoe had indeed broken from the force, his face was not all that better either. Is it too far? Pa. Ling Han once again delivered a smack with his shoe with a grin and countered, at which part have I gone too far? Have I gone as far as you? You just wait, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Zhao Luan said through gritted teeth. His true abilities could let him suppress Ling Han who knew how many times. Unfortunately, the latter had gotten the backing of the Ninth King, and now in a battle at equal level, he was actually being suppressed completely. Silly bird, looks like you still haven't learnt your lesson. Ling Han once again began a series of slaps, beating Zhao Luan into submission. Should we step out to stop them? The several elders of the academy were again whispering amongst themselves. But the Ninth King hasn't spoken yet, so how can we speak up first? With Zhao Luan suffering such a massive humiliation in the academy, Great General Zhao would definitely take them to task, but the problem here was that the Ninth King was even higher up in hierarchy, and even she had not spoken yet, so who would be able to stop them? To put it bluntly, even if Great General Zhao stepped out and personally made a bid for mercy, whether the Ninth King agreed or not depended completely on her mood. These elders all looked at each other and only felt that they were trapped between a rock and a hard place. If they had known that it would have turned out like this, they should have stepped out at the first opportunity to call a halt. But who asked them to want to make both Ling Han and Zhao Luan suffer a little, and give them a little lesson, hence allowing things to develop to this stage? And the result? Things had progressed to a point that it had completely exceeded their sphere of control. Zhao Luan knew that it was useless to beg for mercy, and only glared at Ling Han ferociously. As long as he got free. He just had to get free. Ling Han saw this and asked smilingly, are you thinking that the moment you get free, you will spare no expense to kill me? Without waiting for Zhao Luan's response, he had already delivered another smack with his shoe. Luan, your sister, dream on. Ling Han, don't lower yourself to his level. Come with me to see Big Sister No, Her Imperial Majesty. Hu Feiyun finally spoke. Great Zhao Luan had been heavily thrashed and was actually spoken of as such. He was probably going to throw up blood in his fury. Her Imperial Majesty wants to see me? Ling Han was stunned for a moment. The Empress was so busy, so how would she have the leisure to summon him? If he counted that time when he took part in the competition between the three empires, this was the second time. In short, half a year's time, he was summoned by the Empress again. How heavily did the Empress favor him? Everyone was wiping off cold sweat, thinking that the Ninth King had obviously come with the duty of announcing an imperial decree, yet actually dragged things out so long before finally speaking of it. If this had been any other person, he would have already been executed 10,000 times. But if it was the Ninth King, no one would dare tattle on her. What a joke, she and the Empress actually addressed each other as sisters, so who would dare try sow dissension between them? Fine then, let's go. Ling Han casually threw the shoe away, turned and smiled at Zhao Luan. Luan, your sister, I'll thrash you again next time. In front of everyone's eyes, he and the Ninth King walked off without a second thought. Ah! Zhao Luan released a roar of fury. In this battle, his great reputation had really been completely torn to pieces, and he was too humiliated to face others. He leaped up and Xiao disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Everyone exchanged looks, both excited and curious. This Zhao Luan would definitely not let things go like this, but Ling Han had the Ninth King's support, and even Zhao Luan would not dare to use the authority of the general's residence to harm him. How would things develop? Yet Ling Han did not take too much notice of this. He followed the Ninth King all the way to the doors of the Imperial Palace, but the Ninth King tugged on him and took a turning. They passed the doors without entering and directly returned where they came. Wasn't I summoned by Her Imperial Majesty? Ling Han asked curiously. That was just something I blabbed out. I purposely wanted others to know that you are now someone who has the attention of Her Imperial Majesty so others would not dare to harm you. This was the answer the Ninth King gave to him. Ling Han was both touched and amused. The Ninth King actually dared to announce a false imperial decree just to give him a protective talisman. She was probably the only one who would dare do such a thing. However, this girl was a little silly. She herself was actually enough to restrain those minor characters. There was absolutely no need to borrow the great tiger skin of the Empress. Chapter 993, Receiving the Gambling Stakes. One could say that the Ninth King was courageous, yet she would shriek in fear at the sight of a rat. On the other hand, one could say that the Ninth King was cowardly, yet she even dared to fake an imperial decree. In Ling Han's eyes, however, she was merely a lonely young girl. That was right, she was just lonely. Although she was the Ninth King, in possession of great power and protected by the Empress like a reverse scale, she was in fact very lonely. She didn't have any companions of the same age, and the other 8 kings as well as the Empress of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire, were all too busy with cultivation to accompany her. Moreover, the guards by her side were all extremely respectful and obedient, and there was no way that they could become her friends. This was also why she had unexpectedly praised Ling Han as a strong character when he didn't kneel upon seeing her. She had seen far too many people kneel before her. In fact, she desperately craved a friend of the same age, and this was also why Shui Yanyu had become friends with her so quickly. With the Ninth King accompanying him, Ling Han was able to tour the entire imperial capital. Only when the sun started to set did the Ninth King reluctantly let him leave. Ling Han returned to the academy, only to find that Li Weiwei and Ji Yuner had already come. Both of them could barely contain their excitement. Ling Han smiled and said, "Judging by your huge grins, it looks like you've already collected the winnings." I went to collect our winnings straight away, so how would they dare to cheat me? Li Weiwei smugly retrieved a black card and tossed it toward Ling Han. This is a true origin stone card issued by the Majestic Empire, and you can use it to exchange true origin stones from the Majestic Empire's private banks at any time. It's extremely easy, and you can exchange as much as you want. Ling Han nodded in understanding. 4 million true origin stones was no small sum, and perhaps even the Majestic Empire's private banks didn't store such a great amount of wealth. However, he was an emperor himself, so he knew that the existence of such virtual currency would allow the number of liquid assets in circulation to grow manifold, thereby promoting the development of businesses. Anyhow, in terms of cultivation alone, how many true origin stones could one spend in a day? Most of the time, true origin stones were merely a type of currency. With the support of a majestic empire, such currency could naturally be made virtual. After collecting their winnings, it was no surprise that Li Weiwei and Ji Yuner were both over the moon with excitement. They had gambled a mere 3,000 true origin stones each, yet after a multiplication of 10 and then a multiplication of 100, they both had a huge wealth of 3 million true origin stone now. Truth be told, 3,000 true origin stones was already a large amount of wealth. Both ladies had been reluctant when placing their bets. Now that their wealth had exploded to a whopping 3 million, they were naturally overcome with delight. Ling Han was also extremely overjoyed. However, such easy money could only be made once. After learning of his freakish talents, what gambling business would dare to place high odds on him in the future? He nodded in his mind. If he wanted to make money in the future, he would need to turn his focus back to alchemy. He had enough wealth now so he could lavishly spend his money on alchemy. If this weren't the case, he would become dirt poor after refining a mere few cauldrons of pills. That's right, I heard that one other person bet on you to win. Li Weiwei laughed and said, in addition to our bet, the gambling business almost broke even with what they received and paid out. They didn't earn a single cent. Ling Han was slightly surprised. There was actually someone else who optimistic about my chances? Who was it? An aloof yet beautiful face instantly appeared in his mind. Perhaps only Shui Yanyu was aware of some of his freakish capabilities. Moreover, it was likely that only she would support him. I obtained an invitation to the auction for you. Don't miss it, it's held at night 3 days from now. Li Weiwei handed him an invitation. Ling Han nodded as he took the invitation and said, I'll definitely be there. Li Weiwei smiled in satisfaction, and then left with Ji Yuner. Now that their wealth had exploded, they naturally didn't care about the small morsels that they made from selling food ingredients anymore. Li Weiwei and Ji Yuner simply asked him for some ingredients to use by themselves. These ingredients were like spiritual meat, and one would become addicted after tasting them. Shui Yanyu arrived not long after the two females left. Wife, you finally remembered to visit your man? Ling Han said with a chuckle. Who's your wife? Shui Yanyu's face instantly flushed red with embarrassment as she fiercely rolled her eyes at him. Tisk, so easily embarrassed. However, I like it. Ling Han walked over and was only a mere few inches away from her. Shui Yanyu could only retreat. However, Ling Han would advance every time she retreated, and her back was quickly pressed against the wall. She had nowhere left to go. Her face became beet red and she said, What do you want to do? You. Ling Han said with a nod. His entire body was pressed against Shui Yanyu's lithe and slender figure, and this caused her to tense up in nervousness. In the beginning, Shui Yanyu still didn't understand the meaning of his reply. After a short moment, however, she finally came to a realization. She rolled her eyes like crazy. Ling Han is normally so serious. Who would have thought that he's actually so cheeky in private? Have you decided to have kids with me yet? Ling Han said with a smile. I came here to discuss a serious matter with you, Shui Yanyu said sternly. I'm also talking about a serious matter with you. Ling Han's large hands were already swimming over Shui Yanyu's slender body. It's only been half a year, yet it seems to have grown a little larger already. Pervert. Shui Yanyu's breathtakingly beautiful face was glistening with allure. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, What serious matters did you come for? Release me then talk. No, let's just talk like this. I'll talk about my serious matters and you can talk about your serious matters. How could Ling Han release her now? He had already conquered her 2 assets, and he was currently estimating their measurements. Shui Yanyu's body became weak, and she couldn't even summon the strength to push Ling Han away. She could only roll her eyes fiercely. However, she was stunningly beautiful, so her rolling her eyes was no different from her making eyes. This excited Ling Han even more. I accepted a mission that can be completed by 2 people, so I came to find you, Shui Yanyu finally said. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh loudly as he said, Is it because you miss me? So you're especially finding a reason to be with me? Who misses a pervert like you? Of course Shui Yanyu wouldn't admit this. Ling Han tilted her chin and said, Girl, if you didn't miss me, why did you deliver yourself to my doorstep? Hee, since you've already delivered yourself over, it would be rude of me not to consume you. He lifted Shui Yanyu up and started walking toward his room. Shui Yanyu was scared out of her wits. What if Ling Han truly did her now? She immediately started to struggle. If you don't want me to consume you now, that's also possible. Ling Han smiled naughtily and said, However, you have to agree to a few conditions. Shui Yanyu could only begrudgingly agree to a few of Ling Han's humiliating conditions. This made her beautiful face flush an even deeper shade of red. So, back to your serious matters, what mission did you accept? Shui Yanyu rolled her eyes at him before saying, A mission to exterminate some pirates. Her breathing was heavy as she spoke, for 2 large hands continued to roam around her breasts. This distracted her thoughts and she rolled her eyes and said, Can you stop for a moment? No. Ling Han shook his head solemnly and said, Did you forget the conditions that you just agreed to? This damn pervert. Shui Yanyu mumbled in her mind. However, she had to admit that she actually really enjoyed this kind of sensation. Her reservedness as a female made her want to reject this yet accept it at the same time. Shui Yanyu forcefully composed herself and explained, Students in the Shattering Void Tier Division don't have to complete any missions. However, starting from the Low Extreme Division, they have to complete a set amount of missions each year. Otherwise, they'll be expelled from the academy. Chapter 994. Great General Zhao's reaction. Students at the Scarlet Heaven Academy had to complete a set number of missions each year. Of course, one could also complete a large number of missions in a single year, then complete no mission at all for the following several years. This was because cultivators would cultivate in seclusion for months on end after reaching the immortal level. In fact, some would even cultivate for a few years. The academy couldn't expel students for such a reason, right? The mission that Shui Yinyu accepted wasn't too difficult. Although it required them to exterminate pirates, it didn't require them to exterminate the entire pirate fleet. They only needed to kill a certain number of pirates. Moreover, this mission could be completed over and over again. As a result, the power of the pirates would be gradually weakened until they were eventually completely destroyed. However, these pirates were based quite far from the imperial capital, and even for cultivators at the mountain river tier, it would take around 10 days to get there on foot. Theoretically speaking, Ling Han would be in grave danger if he left the imperial capital or even the academy for that matter. After all, he had offended many people, and was more so a thorn in the sides of the two other majestic empires. It was truly a bad idea for him to travel so far away. However, Shui Yinyu knew that he possessed a spatial god tool, meaning he would be able to easily escape even if others tried to assassinate him. Ling Han couldn't refuse to eat for fear of choking and hide in the imperial capital forever, right? If he did, he would truly become a wasted talent. If he hid in the imperial capital, reaching the consummate level of the mountain river tier would be his absolute limit. He wouldn't be able to reach the sun-moon tier, much less the heavenly body tier. Ling Han fully agreed with Shui Yinyu's suggestion. He agreed to complete the mission with her after participating in the auction that was to be held 3 days from now. Oh, that's right. You also bet on me to win, am I correct? Ling Han asked. A smile blossomed across Shui Yinyu's face as she nodded. How much did you bet? 10,000 true origin stones. Ling Han smiled in surprise and said, so it became 1 million. Ah, you won quite a large sum. Even the left minister would frown in thought if he had to spend 1 million, much less a fifth-rate force like the Shui clan. It was all thanks to you, Shui Yinyu said as she smiled beautifully. Not only was Zhao Luan defeated, but he also had his face slapped in public with a shoe no less. This was naturally huge news that quickly spread throughout the entire imperial capital. Everyone was discussing this matter and speculating how Great General Zhao would react. To the surprise of everyone, however, Great General Zhao released a statement and harshly scolded Zhao Luan. He strongly condemned his son's behavior, and nowhere in his statement did he even mention Ling Han. This astonished everyone in the imperial capital. Great General Zhao was known for being domineering, and Zhao Luan was more so his only child. He was actually willing to swallow such a great shame? However, a wary expression appeared on Ling Han's face when he learned of this. Great General Zhao's harsh scolding of Zhao Luan looked to be extremely righteous, yet he didn't mention Ling Han's name even once. This was clearly a kind of statement my son acted out of line, so I scolded him. However, was my son someone who could be humiliated by anyone? By refusing to mention Ling Han, was he insinuating that Ling Han was bound to become a dead person? Ling Han mulled over this in his mind. If Hu Feiyun hadn't interfered in the matter, would Great General Zhao still have issued this statement? I'll counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. He had initially wanted to stay low-key and only display his abilities when his cultivation level reached a suitable height. However, Hu told him to have a halo of trouble that always attracted problems hovering above his head. After 3 days, Ling Han headed to the auction. This auction was hosted by the imperial family, and thus no one dared to put fakes up for auction. Similarly, no one dared to raise bids maliciously, nor did anyone dare to refuse to pay for their purchases. The auction house was gigantic, and its interior design was very similar to that of a battle arena. The auction stage sat in the center, and the prospective buyers were seated along its 4 sides. The bottommost seats were for ordinary buyers, while level 2 and upwards were all VIP boxes. In total, there were 5 levels. Ling Han displayed his invitation slip and was led into a private box on the 4th level. Li Weiwei and Ji Yuner were already sitting inside. This private box belonged to the left minister. Only the Empress and the 9 kings had the right to enter the 5th level. Meanwhile, the 4th level belonged to the left and right ministers as well as the 7 generals and so on. You're late, Li Weiwei said with a smirk. Drink 3 glasses as punishment. Ling Han sat down and took a small sip of the wine. It was extremely rich and aromatic. However, he naturally ignored Li Weiwei's call for him to down 3 glasses as punishment. Stupid blockhead. Putting on airs is all you do, Li Weiwei said unhappily. This auction was especially grand and high in grade as it was the first auction held after the opening of the Heavenly Sea Mystery Realm. It was clear that Mountain River stones would be auctioned today, and perhaps even ones with special attributes would be sold among them. It was just that the latter would be much rarer than the former. Ling Han scanned the auction catalog, and found that there were 12 ordinary Mountain River stones to be auctioned. Meanwhile, there were only 2 special attribute Mountain River stones, one of the metal element and one of the water element. What piqued his interest was that there was a flight god tool to be auctioned as well. It was called Cloud-Piercing Shuttle, and it could be activated using True Origin stones. At its peak, its speed was 4 times that of a cultivator at the consummate level of the Sun-Moon tier. He was going to embark on a journey far away soon, and if he obtained this flight god tool, he wouldn't need to worry about others trying to assassinate him anymore unless his enemies sent a cultivator at the heavenly body tier after him. However, how many cultivators at the heavenly body tier did the entire joint peace planet have? The circumstances surrounding the Heavenly Sea Mystery Realm were special. Otherwise, how could there have been so many heavenly body tier elites pursuing a small cultivator at the Mountain River tier? He was determined to obtain this cloud-piercing shuttle. He continued to scan through the catalog, only to discover that a few items were merely labeled as extremely valuable. Apart from that, there was no other description. Ling Han found this especially odd. Is it really okay to intrigue people like this? He raised his query with Li Weiwei. She had been to numerous auctions, so it was likely that she was relatively more experienced. Generally speaking, items without specific descriptions are all extremely valuable. Li Weiwei nodded and continued, however, that isn't always the case. Some items might be incredibly rare, yet of no major use to anyone. Thus, it's not surprising for some of these items to attract no bidders. By the looks of it, he had to put some money aside. What if some of those items were useful to him? It was hard to determine others' identities as most people were seated in private boxes. However, the top 2 levels were reserved for a select few great elites, so it was still relatively easy to deduce who was seated in which private box. Zhao Luan has also come. Li Weiwei looked around and humphed. This shameless person still has the face to meet others. Ling Han was also extremely surprised. He's just been slapped around in public, yet he's willing to show his face again so soon. Ling Han's opinion of Zhao Luan became even higher. The fact that he didn't take others' views of him to heart proved that he truly possessed the domineering aura of a king-tier cultivator. A true king-tier cultivator wouldn't care what others thought about them, and their mindset wouldn't waver no matter the circumstances. Zhao Luan arrived and Sha Yuan also arrived. The descendants of the 7 generals and the right minister all arrived as well. There's destined to be a bloody battle today. Li Weiwei chuckled and said, however, no one can defeat me. She had a whopping 3 million true origin stones now. The auction started soon after. Ling Han was determined to obtain the cloud-piercing shuttle, so he had to use his money carefully. Although Mountain River stones were desirable, Li Weiwei and Ji Yuner would both be fighting for them. He planned to leave these to them. Sorry for the long wait. Now let the auction begin. An elder walked onto the stage with a cheery smile. The arena instantly fell silent. Chapter 995, Seed of the Reincarnation Tree. The auction progressed very quickly. Everyone had a rough idea of what each item was worth, and thus nothing exceeded its estimated value by too much. Few people fought over ordinary items as these could all be purchased outside. What was the point of wasting their money on them here? However, the appearance of truly valuable items would lead to heated competition. The appearance of the first Mountain River stone instantly triggered a small crescendo. In the end, Li Weiwei had the winning bid of 7,000 true origin stones. She was about to reach the Mountain River tier soon, so she could use Mountain River stones to raise her cultivation level to the low extreme first. After that, she could slowly cultivate to bring her comprehension to the same level. Doing this would save a huge amount of time. The second and third Mountain River stones gradually appeared for auction as well. Almost all of the winning bids came from Li Weiwei, Ji Yuner, and Shui Yanyu, who told them to be so rich right now. After waiting for a long while, the cloud-piercing shuttle was finally brought onto the stage. After a brief introduction, the elder announced the starting price. The cloud-piercing shuttle starts at 100,000, and each bid must be at least 5,000 more than the former. This was very astonishing. The starting price was already a whopping 100,000, 110,000, 120,000. Bids came thick and fast in the beginning as flight god tools were not only extremely rare, but also incredibly useful. The bid on the cloud-piercing shuttle quickly exceeded 500,000. At this price point, the number of bidders had already decreased dramatically. After all, this was a huge sum of money, and most forces were hesitant to spend so much on a single item. When the bid reached 700,000, only 3 bidders were left. 730,000, going once. 730,000, going twice. The elder was just about to end the bidding. 800,000, Ling Han said. 800,000, someone has raised the bid to 800,000. The elder was overjoyed. The more the item sold for, the more commission he would receive. 810,000. Someone on the 3rd level raised the bid again. 900,000, Ling Han said casually. In this auction, the cloud-piercing shuttle was the only item that he was determined on obtaining. In fact, he even wouldn't hesitate to spend all of his true origin stones. His rival hesitated for a moment before saying, 910,000. 1 million. Ling Han raised the bid to an insane level. This time no one raised the bid anymore. After all, genuinely large forces naturally own flight god tools already, though no one would complain about having too many flight god tools. However, 1 million true origin stones was already the highest limit. This kind of flight god tool would appear every few years, so what was the point of overpaying right now? Next up we have a mysterious item for auction. The elder gestured with his hand, and a beautiful woman instantly walked on stage with a tray in her hand. There was a small pouch resting on the tray. This woman was extremely beautiful, and she was wearing a low-cut dress that revealed large swathes of her snow-white skin. Even part of her seductive and voluptuous assets was visible. However, no one gave her a second glance, as their attention was all drawn to the small pouch on the tray. That was the mysterious item for auction. What did the small pouch hold? Has anyone heard of the godly tree, the Reincarnation tree, before? The elder swept his gaze around the arena. What Reincarnation tree? I've never heard of it before. I've never heard of it either. What kind of godly tree is it? Most people shook their heads. It wasn't that they were ignorant or ill-informed, but rather that this so-called godly tree was definitely too unknown. Don't tell me. Don't tell me that it's that Reincarnation tree. Someone suddenly yelped. He was an elder who was seated on the bottom level. His hair was all white and so was his beard too. Someone beside him hurriedly asked, "Elder Zhang, do you know this godly tree?" This elder had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, yet he was still only at the consummate level of the mountain river tier. It was almost impossible for him to break through to the sun-moon tier. However, his old age coupled with his love for reading ancient books meant that he was quite renowned for his knowledge. According to legends, the Reincarnation tree is a godly item that doesn't belong to this world. It can bring our divine sense on a journey, and a fraction of a second in the outside world is enough for one to experience 3 full reincarnations. This is an extremely mysterious item. Gasp. Then won't one be able to comprehend any cultivation technique if they use this godly tree to cultivate? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the elder's words. This was far too astounding. Any force would go crazy to obtain this kind of treasure. Which idiot had put this treasure up for auction? Ling Han's heart also thumped in excitement. He had taken a small sip of reincarnation tea before, and that had allowed him to experience 1 full life. As a result, he had been able to comprehend the profoundness of the shattering void tier much earlier than anticipated. Moreover, it had caused his divine sense to become far stronger than that of others at the same cultivation level as him. Was reincarnation tea made from the leaves of the reincarnation tree? This small pouch holds a seed of the reincarnation tree, the elder said with a chuckle. Excitement spread throughout the arena, and many people instantly stood up in fervor. One had to realize that the accumulation of origin power required time. For example, one would gain 100,000 years of life expectancy with each minor level they advanced in the mountain river tier. However, it would only take a maximum of 10,000 years to accumulate one's origin power to the peak limit. What was hard was comprehending one's cultivation level and strengthening one's divine sense. However, if they could cultivate under the reincarnation tree, a fraction of a second would be equivalent to one lifetime. Would one still need to worry about being unable to comprehend their cultivation level? Would one still need to worry about being unable to strengthen their divine sense? It's mine, it's mine, it's mine. This was the only thought running through everyone's mind at this moment. Hee hee. The elder chuckled and said, I need to make something clear first. Although this seed has already been appraised and confirmed as the Reincarnation tree, legends say that this tree doesn't belong to this world. No one knows how to grow it. Moreover, according to ancient records, the Reincarnation tree needs 12 trillion years to grow. It's because of this extraordinary growth time that it can allow one's soul to experience a lifetime in just a fraction of a second. Pooh. Everyone felt like spitting blood. Whether or not the tree could germinate was already a problem. Yet even if it did germinate, it would still need another 12 trillion years to grow. Who could wait for that long? One had to realize that the lifespan of a cultivator at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier was only 40 million years. This was a long way off from 100 million years, let alone 12 trillion years. People often said that later generations enjoyed the shade cast by trees planted by the earlier generation. However, who would be able to enjoy the benefits provided by this tree? Perhaps one's clan or force would have already disappeared by the time the Reincarnation tree became mature. This was 12 trillion years, not 2 billion years. Who could guarantee that their clan would prosper for such a long time? A large majority of people lost interest upon learning of this. The starting bid is 1 million true origin stones. Each increment has to be at least 10,000 true origin stones. The elder sighed as he announced the starting price. He knew that the price of the Reincarnation tree would definitely fall dramatically after he revealed its lengthy growth time. However, the auction industry had its own set of rules and regulations, and if they lost credibility, how would they continue to do business in the future? 101 million. 102 million. There were still some bidders. After all, this was a genuine godly tree, and if they resold it to someone else, there was a possibility that they could make a huge profit. Purchase this tree, the small tower suddenly said. It needs 12 trillion years to grow. Do you think I can live so long? Ling Han asked in his mind. Chapter 996, Sha Yuan's Invitation. 12 trillion years. Even in the Black Tower, where 1 year was equivalent to 1,000 years, it would still need a terrifying 12 billion years. Ling Han didn't think he could live for that long. According to rumors, even great elites at the Genesis tier didn't have a limitless lifespan. Thus, the so-called immortals were only beings who were more powerful and had lived for longer. They weren't immortal in the true sense of the word. Small Tower swayed gently and said, This Reincarnation tree seedling is worth more than all the treasures you have combined. You must obtain it. Ling Han shook his head as he spoke. Why must I obtain it? It's not like I can use it. Who said so? Small Tower rebutted. I have ways to speed up its growth. Speed up the 12 trillion years? Ling Han asked in surprise. I can have it grow into a small tree after a maximum of 3 years, Small Tower said calmly. It'll possess the ability to let your divine sense experience a faster time flow. Fuck. You're definitely able to use secret techniques of time now. Ling Han speculated and said, Why don't you let me use it? Let me cultivate in seclusion for 3 days, but make it equivalent to 300,000 years of cultivation. When I come back out, I'll be able to belt all of my B***starred enemies. It's because I've only recovered a small amount of my source power, Small Tower said. In other words, I'm only able to use the regulations of time once. Using it on you is too wasteful. Ling Han sighed and said, Aren't you scared of hurting my fragile mind by speaking like this? That isn't within the realm of my consideration. Small Tower instantly became Tsundra again. Ling Han ended his conversation with Small Tower. Since Small Tower possessed such an ability, the Reincarnation tree which appeared almost useless to others was a supreme treasure in his hands. 5 million. As he was lost in thought, the bid on the Reincarnation tree had already exceeded its starting bid by 50%. However, very few bidders were left at this price point. It wasn't worth it. After all, no one could live until the day the seed grew into a towering tree. In fact, even their grandchildren or grandchildren of grandchildren wouldn't live until that day. The only option was to resell it in the hopes of making a profit. However, the high bid right now meant that there was already very little room for profit. 2 million. Ling Han raised the bid to an insane level. No one dared to compete with him. What if Ling Han didn't raise his bid anymore? Wouldn't the winner suffer a huge loss? As much as Zhao Luan hated Ling Han, he didn't dare raise the bid either. He was afraid that he would be digging himself into a hole. The other bidders didn't have the Black Tower, so how could they dream of such a supreme treasure? How could they dream of 12 trillion years being compressed down to a mere 2 or 3 years? 2 million going once. 2 million going twice. 2 million going 3 times. Sold. The elder was slightly disappointed as he announced the conclusion of the bid. It was the Reincarnation tree, something that should have sold for hundreds of millions of true origin stones. It was a pity that its absurd growth time made it priceless only in theory. A content smile spread across Ling Han's face. He would have a reincarnation tree in 2-3 years, and as such, his spirit would have a limitless space to grow. Although he was the alchemy emperor, the large majority of pills could only improve one's origin power and body arts. One still needed to complete comprehension by themselves. However, with the reincarnation tree, he would have a limitless amount of time to undergo comprehension. Even a pig would be able to become a great elite of the Genesis tier. It's not that simple. Small Tower instantly shattered his dreams and said, entering the spirit realm of the reincarnation tree will consume the reincarnation tree's mystical power. The more people enter, the larger the consumption becomes. Ling Han groaned and said, couldn't you have told me earlier? I was afraid that you'd be stingy and not buy it. Fuck. How could Ling Han be so short-sighted? He shook his head slightly. This small tower was truly abusive and scheming. The auction continued, and Ling Han didn't fight for the remaining Mountain River stones with Li Weiwei and Ji Yuner. Although he needed them as well, they were friends after all, and Li Weiwei had even stood up for him before. He obviously had to return this favor. Ling Han also purchased a few pill recipes. These were valuable recipes that were only held by a few powerful forces right now. At the same time, he also purchased some medicinal ingredients. After his lavish spending, only less than 10,000 of his initial 4 million true origin stones remained. However, he didn't regret it at all. Money was only useful if spent. What was the point of keeping it? To count it every day for fun. When the auction finished, a worker from the auction house brought their purchases over. After paying, Ling Han headed to the private bank to retrieve the remaining true origin stones on the true origin stone card. There were only 10,000 left, and the private bank could definitely pay this out. Just as he was about to return to the academy, he saw a young lady walk over and stop before him. Young Master Ling, my young master would like to invite you over. This young lady was dressed in a black leather outfit, and the curves of her shapely body were especially clear. Her slender waist and curvaceous bottom provided a strong contrast to one another, and coupled with the reflective nature of her leather pants, she appeared wild yet seductive. Who's your young master? Ling Han asked. Sha Yuan, young master Sha, the young lady replied. She was none other than Lu Ying, one of Sha Yuan's female guards. Sha Yuan. Ling Han hadn't known who this person was before. Afterward, he had learned from Li Weiwei that it was the person who had stepped forward to prevent him and Zhao Luan from fighting. It was just that he had stepped back down after receiving some material benefits from Zhao Luan. He didn't have a good impression of this person. However, after pondering for a moment, he said, please lead the way. Please follow me, young Master Ling. Lu Ying turned around to lead the way. Ling Han walked behind her, yet he quickly realized that this was a mistake. The young lady before him was dressed in a figure-hugging outfit, and the curves of her firm and supple bottom swayed seductively with each step that she took. It was incredibly difficult for him to contain himself as her swaying hips invited him to transform into a wild beast. Ling Han hurriedly took a few steps forward to walk beside her. Lu Ying couldn't help but smile. She was naturally aware of what had happened, and a slight sense of pride welled up in her heart. After walking for a while, the two of them entered a pavilion. Although it was already late in the night, the pavilion's business was still relatively good, with a stream of customers continuing to enter and exit. The expression of everyone in the pavilion became serious when they saw Lu Ying, and they didn't dare steal a second glance at her. She was Sha Yuan's maid, and leering at her could potentially lead to trouble. Lu Ying led Ling Han to a private room on the 3rd level. She knocked on the door and said, young Master Ling has arrived. Please enter. The voice of a man traveled out from the room. Lu Ying pushed the door open and let Ling Han enter first. Ling Han didn't hesitate as he strode into the room. Sha Yuan was currently drinking with a young beauty cuddled in each of his arms. Their robes were half undone, revealing their jade-like skin, which dazzled with an alluring glow under the light of the room. There were another 3 sharply dressed beauties behind the man, and each of them wore a cold, stone-like expression. "Ha, please take a seat." Sha Yuan didn't stand up, and he pointed to a spot opposite him as he spoke. "Is this how he treats guests?" Ling Han was already displeased, yet he still accepted Sha Yuan's invitation and sat down. He wanted to know what Sha Yua had invited him over for. "I'll be frank and straightforward with you. I want the secret technique that you use to cultivate your physique." Sha Yuan didn't beat around the bush and he continued, "I can pay you however many true origin stones you want." Chapter 997, Wishful Thinking. Ling Han ignored Sha Yuan's offer. He was indeed in desperate need of more true origin stones. Although he had just earned 4 million, he only had a measly 10,000 left after spending a vast majority of the money during the auction. Moreover, he had actually wanted to bid on a few more items, yet his lack of money prevented him from doing so. After all, he still had to leave some true origin stones for cultivation, right? At any rate, regardless of how desperate he was, he definitely wouldn't teach the indestructible Heaven Scroll to others. Even if he wanted to, he had no way of teaching it. This was because the level of this cultivation technique was far too high. Sha Yuan didn't lose his temper upon seeing Ling Han's lack of response. Instead, he clapped his hands and said, "Dong Yu Mayor, you two go over to entertain my friend." "Understood," the 2 females replied sweetly. They slowly walked to Ling Han's sides and were just about to lean into his body. Ling Han frowned and made a pushing motion with his arms, causing the 2 females to slide backward. "What, are you not satisfied?" Sha Yuan was slightly surprised and he explained, "Dong Yu and Mayor are the most popular girls in Fragrant Pavilion. Not only are they beautiful like flowers, but their cultivation levels are also at the mountain river tier." With the chaotic star's majestic empire's huge population, the term beautiful was in fact quite ordinary. 1 in 10 females could be considered beautiful, while 1 in 100 females could be considered exceptionally beautiful. It could be said that beauties were not rare or special in this majestic empire. However, beauties at the immortal level were much rarer. It was a barrier, and even with the resources of the immortal realm, only very few people could advance into the immortal level. Thus, this pavilion was also quite capable, seeing as they were able to hire 2 beauties at the mountain river tier to accompany guests. Ling Han shook his head and said, "If Brother Sha has nothing else to say, then please excuse me for taking my leave." "What's the hurry?" Sha Yuan said quickly. However, a hint of displeasure flashed across his eyes as he spoke. "You're a mere ant from a small world, yet you actually dare refer to me as brother?" Peh. He still wanted to obtain Ling Han's cultivation technique, though, so he forcefully kept his emotions under control. He smiled and said, "You still don't know, right? Dong Yu and Mayor's techniques are dreamlike." Ling Han was stunned. Is this really a fucking great general's son? Why does he seem like a pimp? He's even talking about their techniques. He's truly drunk. He immediately stood up. Even if he was desperate, he still wouldn't touch females from brothels. "You're not satisfied with them?" Sha Yuan still thought that Ling Han was merely repulsed by the 2 females' identities. He chuckled and said, "Ling Han, as long as you're willing to give me the cultivation technique, I can even consider giving my 4 maids to you. To tell you the truth, all 4 of them are still virgins." Seeing so many beauties by Ling Han's side, Sha Yuan believed that Ling Han was merely a lustful person. As such, he would definitely be captivated by beauties. As if they were puppets, Lu Ying and the 3 other females' expressions didn't change. Ling Han sighed in his mind. How sorrowful. However, he didn't have the time or patience to deal with others' matters, and he immediately replied, "A noble person doesn't seize that which is owned by others. Now please excuse me." Ling Han. Sha Yuan's expression became stern and he said, "Don't test my patience. Don't think for a second that you can look down on everyone just because you have the support of the 9th king. Don't forget you're merely an ant from a small world." "Thank you for your reminder," Ling Han said emotionlessly. His impression of Sha Yuan had already fallen to rock bottom. Truth be told, although Zhao Luan would seek revenge for the smallest of grievances and was also extremely domineering, he still seemed to be much more impressive when compared to Sha Yuan. The 9 sons of a dragon were all different one. Sure enough, even great General Sha wasn't exempt from this. Apart from his relatively strong talent in cultivation, Sha Yuan was really no different from ordinary rich playboys. Sha Yuan raised his voice and said, "Ling Han, this is the final warning." Ling Han ignored him and calmly walked away. Puh. Sha Yuan heavily slammed the table, sending glasses flying and causing wine to flow down the tables. Young Master Sha. Dong Yu and Mayor both leaned over and called at him seductively. If it was any other time, Sha Yuan would definitely have been all smiles as he embraced them in his arms and let his hands roam over their bodies. Now, however, he humphed angrily as he pushed both the females to the floor. "You really think that the 9th king will be attracted to someone like you?" His voice became cold and he said, "Luing, keep a close eye on him. Immediately report back to me if he makes any moves." Understood. Luing half knelt as she accepted Sha Yuan's command. Ling Han shook his head as he walked out of the pavilion. Exchanges were supposed to be done on a basis of mutual agreement, much less one that entailed a secret technique. Wasn't it normal for him to reject such a request? This rich young master had probably never experienced such kind of rejection before, nor did he accept others' refusal of his requests. Ling Han immediately entered the Black Tower after returning to the academy. "Small tower, how do I plant this?" Ling Han retrieved the seed of the reincarnation tree. "I'll cultivate a piece of land first." Small Tower's voice was quite serious, which was completely different from normal. This made Ling Han realize that the seed of the reincarnation tree was tremendously valuable even in the eyes of Small Tower. Boom. Small Tower was the true ruler of the Black Tower, and under its manipulation, a piece of land that was brimming with spiritual energy was quickly cultivated. One had to realize that no matter what Ling Han had planted before, Small Tower had always been half-hearted and indifferent. Right now, however, it was actually personally cultivating a piece of land to plant the seed. This made it abundantly clear just how much Small Tower valued this seed. "Your luck is truly through the roof," Small Tower said. "The reincarnation tree is a supremely precious treasure." Strange. Why does this place have a reincarnation tree? Ling Han opened the pouch and found a seed that was the size of a broad bean resting inside. Its body was full of circles, and looking closely, one would realize that these circles were infinite in number. Ling Han only looked at it for an instant, yet he already felt as if he had expended all of his mental energy. A layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. No wonder this seed could be appraised as a reincarnation tree even on the Joint Peace planet, where the overall cultivation level was relatively low. It was indeed very peculiar and impossible to fake. "Plant it," Small Tower said. Ling Han tossed the seed into the newly cultivated land, after which Small Tower cast some special force to act on the piece of land. The land instantly started to glow with mysterious multicolored light. "Done. All we have to do is wait patiently now." There was a hint of exhaustion in Small Tower's voice. Ling Han nodded and said, "Thanks for your hard work." He exited the Black Tower and started to examine his cloud-piercing shuttle. He obviously had to learn how to control this item before they set off. The cloud-piercing shuttle was only 3 or so meters long. It was sleek in silver white, and it looked much like a silver shuttle one. Thus, its internal volume was naturally small, with only 2 people being able to fit on each row and only 2 rows in total. This was no problem for Ling Han as he had the Black Tower, which was equivalent to having limitless space. After a short while, Ling Han finally understood how to control the cloud-piercing shuttle. He then informed the academy that he was about to leave for a mission. This was a necessary process, especially since Ling Han had another identity who was the Emperor of the Great Ling Empire. He was a hostage right now, so he needed to receive approval before he could leave the imperial capital. Otherwise, it would be seen as a provocation to the chaotic star's majestic empire. 2 days later he received approval from the academy. Chapter 998, Action from All Parties. When Ling Han filed his request with the academy, numerous forces in the imperial capital all received notifications. What? He's actually leaving the academy at a time like this? Moreover, he's even leaving the imperial capital? Is he seeking death? The Luo clan and Zhao clan will definitely seek revenge. He'll face certain death once he leaves the imperial capital. Indeed. No matter how prodigious he is, he's still only at the medium extreme of the mountain river tier. His battle prowess definitely can't exceed the consummate level, and far too many people are able to suppress him. Does he think he can do as he pleases just because the ninth king supports him? Although he's a prodigy, he's far too stupid. Being a cultivation prodigy has nothing to do with whether one is socially adept or not. This kind of prodigy, there's no point investing in him. He can only cause trouble, and he doesn't know when to advance or retreat either. All of a sudden, the various forces that wanted to recruit Ling Han all chose to retreat. They had already been cautious to begin with, as Ling Han had offended Zhao Luan after all. If they really recruited him, they would face the risk of offending the Zhao clan. Now that Ling Han was acting so rashly, they could only shake their heads in disappointment. If they recruited Ling Han, it was entirely possible that he would bring great calamity upon them and destroy their entire clan before he even grew to become much. Luo clan residents. That brat actually left the imperial capital? Luo Hongdao faltered momentarily. He was almost unable to believe that someone could be so stupid. However, he immediately started laughing and he said, "He's truly asking for death. Go, send someone to kill him. The assassins from the Dark Night Hall are far too unreliable. It's already been so long, yet they still haven't managed to kill this small cultivator at the mountain river tier. Since he's traveling so far away, be sure to clean the scene up properly. It can't have anything to do with us. Hey, it's 100,000 true origin stones after all. There's no point in giving it to others for nothing. Most importantly, remember to retrieve the Crimson Ground locking net. The clan sacrificed a lot to forge it, and we definitely can't have it fall into someone else's hands." Zhao Luan sat upright as he listened to Zhou Zhao's and Fan Yong's reports. A cold smile tugged at his lips and he said, "Father privately obtained some mountain river stones for me. He even gave me a 9 darkness divine pill. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion, and when I exit, I'll have reached the peak stage of the consummate level. When the time comes, I'll break through to the Sun Moon tier and become the youngest elite at the Sun Moon tier in the history of the Majestic Empire. So, I'll hand the task of killing that ant to you too. As you command, young master." Zhou Zhao and Fan Yong both went down on one knee as they respectfully accepted Zhao Luan's command. Even though Zhao Luan had been greatly humiliated, they still didn't dare show even the tiniest ounce of disrespect, as they knew that he wasn't inferior to Ling Han. They were naturally more optimistic about Zhao Luan's prospects. He was the son of a great general, while Ling Han was merely an ant from a small world. Was there even any comparison at all? The ninth king was still young, and she was still at an age where her temperament would fluctuate greatly. Her having a favorable impression of Ling Han now didn't mean that she would have a favorable impression of him in the future. In any case, Zhao Luan was still the only child of great General Zhao, right? Zhou Zhao and Fan Yong were both stunned by Zhao Luan's words. Zhao Luan was bravely marching forward after suffering utter humiliation, and if he could truly break through to the Sun Moon tier, he would definitely become the most dazzling prodigy in the entire Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire. This step was far too hard to take. At least 90% of immortal-level cultivators in the Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire were at the Mountain River tier. However, only less than 1 in 10,000 would eventually succeed in breaking through to the Sun Moon tier. Zhao Luan was less than 1,000 years old right now. One's head would go numb at the thought of him advancing to the Sun Moon tier. Just how bright was his future going to be? Zhou Zhao and Fan Yong both sighed in astonishment. Although their talents were slightly inferior to Zhao Luan's, they were still 2-star geniuses who were closing in on 3 stars. However, the gulf between them became far more evident when looking at how fast their cultivation levels rose. They were already over 20,000 years old right now, yet their cultivation level was still only at the high extreme. It was because they received far fewer cultivation resources than Zhao Luan that the difference between theirs and Zhao Luan's talent had been magnified so immensely. Although that ant is only at the medium extreme, he possesses a powerful spiritual secret technique. These 2 jade seals can defend against 100 or so spiritual attacks. Take them with you. Zhao Luan tossed 2 jade seals toward his followers. "Thank you, young master." Zhou Zhao and Fan Yong were both overjoyed. When it came to god tools, those that were related to the divine sense were the rarest. Meanwhile, those that were used for offensive purposes were even rarer, most being used for defensive purposes. Even so, God tools that were used to defend against spiritual attacks were still immensely valuable as they could only be refined by great elites at the heavenly body tier. Zhao Luan pondered for a moment, and he still felt that their chance of success wasn't high enough. He retrieved a sword and said, "I'll bestow you two with this purple moon crescent sword as well. My father has carved 9 divine patterns on it, and once activated, it can unleash a battle prowess on par with cultivators at the consummate level of the mountain river tier." Zhuo and Fan Yong had still been a little anxious before. After all, Ling Han possessed the crimson ground locking net, meaning he could render one of them immobile, and thus allow himself to complete an insta-kill. However, this sword filled them with confidence again. So what if Ling Han possessed the crimson ground locking net? They would directly cut it into pieces. Understood. Will definitely do young master proud. They answered confidently. Shui Yinyu came to find Ling Han, and they left the imperial capital together. After exiting the city gates, Ling Han stood in the distance and gazed at the ancient city. All kinds of emotions swirled in his mind. Although he hadn't stood out too much in the imperial capital, there had always been a nagging pressure that reminded him of his identity as a hostage. Now that he was finally able to leave, this feeling of pressure was instantly replaced with a feeling of relaxation. He had indeed left once before, but that time was different as there had been a Ding Lian watching over them. He had been like a prisoner let out for fresh air. He had only been able to head to the Heavenly Sea Mystery Realm, and whether he traveled or stopped had not been up to him to decide. "Wife, it's only the two of us now." Ling Han smiled and said, "Perhaps you can give me a passionate kiss or something?" Shui Yinyu rolled her eyes and said, "Now that we've left the imperial capital, dangers lurk around every corner. Can't you be a little more serious?" Fine, I'll be serious." Ling Han retrieved the cloud-piercing shuttle and then said, "Wife, after you." Shui Yinyu didn't correct how Ling Han referred to her. His face was as thick as a city wall one, and she was happy with this title as well. Xiao. Ling Han activated the cloud-piercing shuttle after they both entered the God Tool. The sleek and beautiful shuttle instantly sliced through space at a tremendously quick speed. Only when it became a tiny black dot in the distance did the deafening roar of a sonic boom finally travel over. It was incredibly hard to break the sound barrier in the immortal realm, and only very few elites at the Sun-Moon tier could achieve this feat. The tailing forces all humped heavily upon seeing the shuttle disappear into the distance. There's no need to hurry. Their destination is definitely the Star Sea. We can assassinate them when we get there. The shuttle was insanely quick as it sped through space. Shui Yinyu's eyes were looking straight ahead, yet her beautiful face was flushing redder and redder with each passing second. She finally couldn't contain herself and scolded, "I'll chop your hands off if they keep messing around." Ling Han chuckled but didn't retract his hands. Instead, he hugged Shui Yinyu over and said, "Wife, I love it when your mouth says no but your body says yes." Pervert. Shui Yinyu's face was flushed red with embarrassment. "You really need to learn some new vocabulary. You call me the same thing over and over again, and I've almost become tired of listening to it." Shui Yinyu was just about to retort, yet her ruby lips had already been sealed by Ling Han's kiss. The words in her mouth instantly melted into a seductive moan. At the same time, her jade-like arms involuntarily wrapped around Ling Han's neck, her enchantingly beautiful eyes becoming misty like water. Chapter 999, Tyrant Axe Harbor. The cloud-piercing shuttle raced toward the west. Ling Han and Shui Yinyu were alone in the shuttle, and they also had especially strong feelings for each other. Thus, it was unavoidable that they were lovey-dovey and hands-on with each other. However, they both had strong self-restraint and didn't cross that last barrier. Even with a flight god tool, it still took them 9 days to arrive at the Star Sea. The Star Sea was a vast inland sea, and it was rumored that it was formed by a star that had crashed down from the sky a long time ago. Some people speculated that it was a shard from a star that had been shattered. As a result, people would occasionally see structures that were full of foreign flavors resting on the seabed. However, none of these structures were in good condition. How could they be in good condition under the tremendous force of a crashing star? At any rate, it was a shard from a continent, so it scattered a large amount of godly metal throughout the Star Sea. Moreover, the level of the godly metal was relatively high, causing many people to come here and search for it. They would strike it rich if they could find a piece of high-level godly metal. If they could find a high-level god tool, then they would obtain an even more astonishing wealth. In fact, there were also lost cultivation techniques and spirit medicine among other things scattered throughout the Star Sea. It was rumored that someone had even found a powerful high-level puppet here before. To put it simply, this vast expanse of sea was a treasure trove. It was precisely because of this that pirates started to gather here. Their aim was to plunder those who came here to test their luck. Ling Han stopped the shuttle when they arrived at the seashore. This stretch of sea was especially uncanny, and it produced an extremely powerful gravitational force that would greatly limit the ability of flight god tools and cause them to sink toward the bottom. It was as though the continent remnants still possessed a tremendously powerful gravitational field. In fact, even normal ships were unable to sail here, as they would face the risk of drowning at any moment. If one wanted to sail across this sea, they had to construct their ship from the bones and skin of the demonic beasts that lived here. Only by doing so would their ship possess a buoyancy that could counter the gravitational pull. The reason for this was because the physiques of the demonic beasts had transformed to adapt to this sea after having lived here for countless years. The pirates that Ling Han and Shui Yanyu had to exterminate were naturally located in this sea. However, they had no idea which island the pirates were based at. This group of pirates was especially careful, and they had never revealed the location of their base to anyone. As a result, trying to annihilate them became extremely difficult. Fortunately, Ling Han and Shui Yanyu didn't need to track down the pirate base and annihilate it by themselves. Instead, their plan was very simple. They would join a fleet and wait for the pirates to attack. Then, they would seize the opportunity to kill some pirates. Anyhow, their mission was simply to exterminate a few pirates, so they would have completed their mission after they reached a specified target. "We can also try our fortune while we're at it," Shui Yanyu said. "People have found level 10 godly metal here before." Shui Yanyu had already introduced the Star Sea to Ling Han while they were traveling here. Ling Han immediately nodded and said, "My luck has always been good." He wasn't kidding. He had come here by splitting open the skies, so he had received the luck of heaven and earth as a blessing. Thus, his luck was indeed better than others. Luck was not something to belittle. Back in the lower realm, Shenyuan Ziguang was someone who had possessed freakish luck. He could trip over spirit tools as he walked, and he could also obtain supreme inheritances when he jumped off cliffs. Ling Han's luck wasn't as freakish as Shenyuan Ziguang's, but he was definitely still someone who was enveloped in the glow of luck. Shui Yanyu nodded in agreement. She was relatively knowledgeable regarding small worlds, and she knew that those who split open the skies would receive rich blessings from heaven and earth. These blessings included raising one's power, tempering one's physique, and perfusing one with luck. "Then you can be the leader for this trip," she said. Ling Han smiled as he stowed the cloud-piercing shuttle away and teased, "Don't you know that the husband's duty is to guide the wife? It's only natural that you listen to me." "Damn pervert." Shui Yanyu humped softly. "Do you think it's a fresh term just because you added a damn in front of it?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Let's go." Shui Yanyu started to head off. Their target was Tyrant Axe Harbor, where ships would set sail at fixed intervals. Of course, one would have to pay a reasonable sum of money to board these ships. After all, the ships that could sail out to Star Sea were exclusively owned by the force behind this harbor. The harbor wasn't far, and the two of them arrived there in no time. It was a very important supply station as many people headed out to sea from this harbor. As a result, a small town was also developed next to this harbor. This town had inns, brothels, and casinos, and one could enjoy themselves as much as they did in the imperial capital and other large cities. However, a town was a town, after all, and this place measured no more than 5 kilometers in both length and width. 3 sides of the town were surrounded by a tall wall that was engraved with extremely powerful defensive divine patterns. Meanwhile, the 4th side faced the sea, and from here, one could see the 10 or so ships of varying size that were currently docking in the harbor. A flag that had an image of a bloody axe was hoisted high above the center of the town. This was the symbol of this place. Ling Han and Shui Yanyu were instantly stopped at the entrance of the town. Each person has to pay 1 true origin stone. 5 people stood before them with their arms crossed in front of their chests. They glanced over Ling Han and Shui Yanyu, and in the end, all of their eyes stopped on Shui Yanyu. They looked her up and down, and truly wished that their gazes were hands that could strip her naked. Ling Han stepped sideways and blocked Shui Yinyu behind him. I've never heard about having to pay a fee to enter Tyrant Axe Harbor. Well, now you've heard of it, a robust white-clothed man said. However, if the beauty behind you kisses each of us once, we can let you two through with only one true origin stone, another sturdy man said with a chuckle. His face was filled with lust and debauchery. Hee hee, if you blow me, I'm even willing to pay you one true origin stone instead. Ha 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 ha. The 5 people started to roar with laughter. Although there were powerful and domineering descendants like Zhao Luan, Sha Yuan and Luo Ba in the imperial capital, they lived under the feet of the empress after all, so they were only rich playboys at most. Here, however, the powerful oppressed the weak and the ugliness of human nature was magnified to its extreme. Power was the language of the cultivation world, and power was what earned respect. This girl is so deliciously beautiful. Who would have thought that such a beauty would appear in this kind of rural place? Girl, give me a smile. One of the men couldn't contain himself, and he raised his arm to push Ling Han aside as he teased Shui Yinyu. A dark shadow fell across Ling Han's face. Give me a smile was his line, okay? Wasn't his class being dragged down now that a rural ruffian was using his lines? He raised his hand and grabbed the study man's wrist. What balls? You even dare to target my wife? Fuck. You dare to resist? The sturdy man faltered momentarily before violently trying to pull his hand away. However, he found that his wrist was trapped in a vice-like grip that he couldn't break free from no matter what. Anger instantly bubbled up inside him, and he viciously swung his other arm toward Ling Han. Humph. Ling Han shook his hand. Pop, pop, pop. There was a sound of bones shattering, and the sturdy man's arm instantly became as limp as a noodle. All of the bones in his arm had been pulverized. The study man was dazed for a second before finally coming to his sense and letting out a wretched scream. Ah. What balls? You actually dared to hurt someone from the Black 5 gang? The other 4 sturdy men flared up in rage as they drew their weapons and surrounded Ling Han and Shui Yinyu. Chapter 1000, Entering the Town. These 5 people were all in the mountain river tier, but they were all only in the low extreme. Some were in the early stage, some middle, and only one had reached the peak stage. Shui Yinyu stepped out, burning with fighting spirit. Because she had made a sum of money, she had also bought 3 mountain river stones at the auction, and along with some alchemical pills she had bought, her present cultivation level was close to reaching the peak stage of the low extreme. Hence, she was impatient to find out exactly how far had her abilities improved. These 4 could be said to have delivered themselves up to her door. She gave a soft shout and charged out with her sword in hand. She moved as lightly as a fairy, yet was as graceful as a demon. At first, the 4 men looked perverted, but when Shui Yinyu's sword sliced over, an expression of terror suddenly appeared on their faces. How could they bother to indulge in their fantasies any longer? They quickly brandished their respective weapons in preparation to parry the oncoming attack. Even in the Scarlet Heaven Academy, there was a limited number of even 1-star geniuses. You should know just by looking at the enrollment assessment for the Northern Institution only 20-odd people had managed to get through to the 5th floor. However, the Scarlet Heaven Academy had already gathered all the young geniuses of the whole Chaotic Star's majestic empire. With that comparison, it was clear how rare even 1-star geniuses were. Shui Yinyu was above a genius of 1 star, but did not reach up to 2 stars. However, this was not sealed. In the future she could possibly cross over into 2 stars, and could also possibly degrade to 1 star. But, with the God Tool in her hands, her current battle prowess was capable of surpassing 2 stars. The other 4, on the other hand, had only ordinary talent, and did not possess tier-surpassing battle prowess. Hence, even if it was 1 against 4, Shui Yinyu was still the one holding all initiative, her advantage extremely apparent. After all, she had a dominating battle prowess of 2 minor levels, so even if it was 1 against 4, fighting was very relaxed for her. Ding 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 ding. She was very forceful, and her beautiful face had already frozen into ice. Compared to Ling Han, she was naturally even more enraged to have others take liberties with her. Aya, that sturdy man Ling Han had subdued was dumbstruck. Only now did he realize that this couple was not to be trifled with. In his shock, he seemed to have even overlooked the pain in his arm. Only when Ling Han slapped him did he begin to scream. Shut up. Ling Han rebuked and said, I will ask and you will answer. If I am even the slightest bit dissatisfied, I will first cripple your other arm, then break your legs. Understood? Yes. Yes. The sturdy man's forehead was completely covered in cold sweat. However, Ling Han's voice was so cold, and he did not doubt in the slightest that Ling Han would definitely be firm enough to do as he had threatened, and he hurriedly forced down the massive pain he was experiencing. He was bemoaning their terrible luck in his head. If he had known that this couple would be so forceful and powerful, he should not have trifled with them even if he was beaten to death. Tell me, how many different forces are there in this town and which are the strongest? Ling Han asked. Now that they had come to an unfamiliar place, the first thing to do was naturally to get to the bottom of the power balance in this place. The large man hurriedly collected his thoughts and finally related what he knew. Even though Tyrant Axe Harbor was not big, there was also astonishing profit hidden here because there was a great many people who went out to sea, which attracted a considerable number of different forces. The largest was naturally the owner of the Tyrant Axe Harbor, the Yang clan. The patriarch of the Yang clan was named Tang Tian, his cultivation level at the high extreme of the Sun-Moon tier. Even in the imperial capital, it would qualify the clan to be ranked among the 4th-tier forces, which was quite extraordinary. Bafu was the name of the first-generation patriarch of the Yang clan one. Billions of years ago, the Yang clan had already established themselves here. Their history was even much longer than the chaotic star's majestic empire, and until this generation of Yang Tang Tian, they had already passed through close to 100 generations. Every generation's patriarch of the Yang clan would inherit the name of Bafu and a god tool, the Tyrant Axe. Its level was as high as level 8, and it could match an opponent in the consummate level of the Sun-Moon tier. This was also the reason why the Yang clan could oversee this place, and not decline through these billions of years. All the ships here were under the control of the Yang clan, and if cultivators came back with their harvest back from the sea, the Yang clan would also buy it from them in the first instant. In most cases they could buy these treasures at the lowest possible price. In these innumerable years, the power of the Yang clan had become incredibly strong, and it could not be moved. The Yang clan would get the bulk of the profits, but naturally would also leave some scraps for others. Hence, there were also 5 gangs here, and had respectively taken control of the various businesses such as the brothels, casinos, and inns in the town. Due to competing over customers, there was no lack of fights among these forces, and people dying was an extremely ordinary occurrence here. There were no duels to the death here. Even the slightest argument could result in an exchange of blows, and life and death would be decided in an instant. Precisely because of this, the inns here had very good business. Once you had checked in, you would receive the protection of the inn, and would not need to worry that someone would sneak up to your bed in the middle of the night to chop off your head. Of course, the inns here also came with exorbitant prices, and there was still a considerable number of people that simply found a corner on the streets to rest for the sake of saving money. However, it was also possible that they would not get back up again, and all their valuables would naturally be looted completely. The Black 5 gang was precisely one of the 5 gangs under the Yang clan. They had control over 5 inns, 3 casinos, and 2 brothels. The boss of this force was called Jianghu, an elite in the medium extreme of the Sun-Moon tier. It was unknown whether he was in the early stage, middle stage, or late stage. You just had to know he was very awesome. However, recently the Black 5 gang and the Great Chariot gang had been fighting heavily, with both sides incurring heavy losses. That was why the Black 5 gang had been so shameless to run to the town's gate to collect entrance fees. It was to supplement their household expenses. So he is in the Sun-Moon tier. I can't match him now. Ling Han mumbled softly. Putting aside the fact that Ling Han was only in the medium extreme now, even if he had reached the consummate level, it was impossible that he would be able to match the Sun-Moon tier. This barrier was like the gulf that separated the sky and the ground. No genius had ever been heard to have been able to surpass a major cultivation tier to defeat his superior opponent. From the look of things now, we can't possibly stay in an inn belonging to the Black 5 gang. He turned to look at Shui Yanyu and said, "Wife, don't play anymore. Let's hurry and go in." In truth, Shui Yanyu could have defeated the 4 people long ago. However, she wanted to try out her various techniques, and thus treated the 4 of them like her newfound sparring partners. With Ling Han's urging, she lost all interest. Then, drawing her divine sword in a fancy pattern, she burst with full power. Pung 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 pung. The 4 of them were suddenly sent flying by the attack, and there was fresh blood seeping from their chests. They had all been severely wounded, but not one of them had died. She was not a rash person. In this place, the glorious reputation of the Shui clan was of no use. Even the identity of the disciples of the Scarlet Heaven Academy would not bring them any additional protection. Hence, if they could avoid offending anyone too heavily, it was best to do so. With them making such a huge commotion with their fight at the gate, it was naturally impossible that no one would have seen it. However, those who passed merely acted like they had seen nothing. They seemed to be very used to this kind of battles. Chaos. This was the common feature of the majority of places. You should not think that the whole world was peaceful and prosperous just because the rules in the imperial capital were well enforced. Ling Han and Shui Yinyu entered the town. They first went to the harbor and found out that the ships here would only leave once every 3 days. It just so happened that the last ship had left yesterday. Hence, if they wanted to go out to sea, they would have to wait 2 days. Thus, the duo first went to seek out accommodation. Naturally, they could not possibly stay at an inn belonging to the Black Five gang. Ling Han deliberately sought out an inn belonging to the Great Chariot gang. Since the two forces were engaged in such heated competition, he would not need to worry that the Great Chariot gang would collaborate with the Black Five gang to rob and kill them in the middle of the night even if he had offended them. When they entered the inn, Shui Yinyu's sexy and enchanting figure immediately drew a considerable number of looks, and there were some that did not even bother to conceal the desire hidden in their depths. Chapter 1001, Bad Mouth. Beautiful women were the most common resource on the Joint Peace planet. As long as one reached the mountain river tier, it was really much too easy to take a beautiful woman as wife. However, beautiful women could still be divided into different categories. A difference in identity and status would lead to a different level of the attractiveness of a beautiful woman. A pretty daughter of a humble family and a royal princess were both women, but how could the feeling of conquering them be the same? Shui Yinyu, meanwhile, was not only breathtakingly beautiful, she also had a graceful air about her. Every move she made was incredibly graceful and seductive, and would cause others to become infatuated and fall head over heels in love with her. Added with her cultivation level of immortal level, she had naturally become the focus of attention of all those around them. Who would not be enchanted upon seeing such a seductive beauty? What a beautiful girl. Just look at that backside, both round and erect. I really want to go up and give it a touch. Hee, her breasts are quite big too. I probably wouldn't be able to take hold of one with just one hand. There were very many people eating in the hall, and some were already spouting out obscene words. Ling Han's eyes froze over and focused on one of them. Brat, what are you looking at? It was a middle-aged man that looked to be in about his 40s. He had a thick, solid build and a fierce face, yet he was actually wearing a long bright red robe, making him seem extremely out of place. He pointed at Ling Han and threatened, "If you continue to look, I'll beat you to death." Ling Han. Shui Yinyu gripped onto him, not wanting him to fight in this place. Ling Han shook his head and pulled her hand away. Then he strolled over to the middle-aged man. "Brat, are you having a great flash of anger for that beauty?" the middle-aged man sneered. "You are probably a spoilt young master from some clan, right? That's why you obtained such a beauty. Tieske, without that kind of background, how could you have qualified?" He was filled with jealousy, his eyes slightly bloodshot. Just think, he was in the high extreme of the mountain river tier, yet absolutely did not have Ling Han's good fortune with women. You're already so old, yet all your years of experience might as well have been wasted on a dog. Since you speak with no thought at all, what use is there for you to have this mouth? Ling Han strode over, his face very icy. Since he and Shui Yinyu were going to stay here for 2 days, then if he did not make his position clear, it was inevitable that these people would run their mouths and take advantage of Shui Yinyu with their words. What a sharp mouth. The middle-aged man smirked coldly. "Young man, I will teach you well today. Without your background and your clan, you are nothing." The two were about to erupt into a fight at any moment, yet the others were merely laughing on the sidelines watching the show. Since this matter did not concern them, it was natural that no one would speak out. Furthermore, the innkeeper did not call a halt either. Their duty was only to prevent outsiders from coming to make trouble. Since these two themselves wanted to fight, then it was all right even if one of them died. Of course, if either the middle-aged man or Ling Han asked for help, they would still interfere to stop the battle. Ling Han had already come close. He was angered, his aura lightly surging and possessing an intimidating might. This was because his divine sense had far surpassed any ordinary medium-extreme cultivators, and had also been tempered multiple times by the indestructible Heaven Scroll, so it was naturally like a divine weapon on its own. You seek death. The middle-aged man suddenly struck out with a palm strike, directly aiming for the top of Ling Han's head. Though he said he wanted to teach Ling Han a lesson, his move was meant to be fatal. Whoever actually believed his words was really much too naive. Ling Han humphed and similarly struck out with a palm, heading straight for the palm that the middle-aged man had shot at him. Pah! The two palms crashed into each other. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out, and a shock wave visible to the eye surged out from where the two fighters' palms collided. Instantly, a few tables in the surroundings were flipped over. Ah! The middle-aged man released a pained howl. He only felt as if he had delivered a palm strike straight at a piece of godly metal, which was an impact strong enough to crack the bones in his hand. The suffering was indescribable. He looked at Ling Han in shock. No matter what, he could not believe that this young man who was only in the medium extreme would actually possess such massive strength. He was in the early stage of the high extreme. He took a step back and gripped his right hand into a fist, striking out once more at Ling Han. Ling Han similarly gripped his hand into a fist, and the two fists collided. Pum! Instantly, the middle-aged man's figure swayed. He retreated a total of 7 steps successively, and crashed into the table behind him. Due to the impact from the power he had used to protect his body, the table was directly turned into pieces and sawdust. He still had not stopped his retreat, but the person sitting at that side stretched out his hand in a shove, and finally stopped his movement. He hissed through his teeth, then raised his hand and saw that part of his fist had actually caved in. Obviously his bones had been broken. Otherwise, this kind of Yuan could not possibly have appeared. Curses, how could there possibly exist this kind of physique? The middle-aged man was both astonished and infuriated. In the first place, cultivators were most wary of battling at close quarters, and he was bullying Ling Han because the latter's cultivation level was below his. He had not thought it'd be he who was on the losing side in these two exchanges, which made him feel incredible regret. This brat had to have concentrated on cultivating his physique, and that was why his defenses were so terrifying. He was even more certain of Ling Han's identity now. The latter surely was the heir of some great clan, and that was why he had so many resources to temper his physique. It should be known that the cost of boosting the physique to immortal level was frighteningly high. Every day he would have to bathe himself in precious divine medicine, and only after countless years had passed could he be successful. Otherwise, why would there be so few that had cultivated their physique to immortal level if everyone knew that it was very beneficial to have a tough physique? It was not that they did not want to, it was that they could not afford to. The middle-aged man was almost mad with jealousy. This young man's cultivation level was lower than his, yet he possessed the kind of physique he could only dream about, and also had a woman that he wanted to push down just from seeing her. It was all because of his background, and because he had a wealthy noble clan to support him. Die, he howled loudly. A sound wave surged out of his mouth, and actually formed a human figure that was brandishing a staff. The human figure waved the staff, and struck out at Ling Han's head. He had finally learned his lesson, and drawn out the distance between himself and Ling Han to finally deliver this attack. A sound-type martial arts technique. Ling Han was slightly surprised. This kind of martial arts technique was very rare, and he had never thought that he would encounter it when he had just arrived in this place. However, no matter what kind of martial arts technique it was ultimately dependent on the abilities of the user. Thus he was naturally unafraid. He charged over, wanting to directly combat the root of the problem. The human figure that was formed from sound waves struck. Ling Han merely raised his hand, catching the staff. Peng, his figure slightly paused, but the force of this strike had also been dissipated. He looked at his arm and saw that his sleeve had burst open. There was also a light mark left behind on his skin. The opponent was a high-extreme cultivator after all, so he should not be underestimated. He merely sighed ruefully, yet caused the spectators to be incomparably astonished. Hey. This brat is only in the medium extreme, yet he can actually face Hu Chiwei, who is in the early stage of the high extreme, directly and even cause a little loss to Hu Chiwei? His abilities are really quite shocking. He has to be a one-star genius at least. His physique is even more astonishing. He must be a member of an influential clan, and has thus used various divine medicines to temper his physique since childhood. Their thoughts were more or less the same as those of the middle-aged man, Wuxia. They all were completely certain that Ling Han was a member of a powerful clan, which was why he possessed such a tough physique, and perhaps he was able to become a one-star genius even more because of this factor. Those that were trying to make a living here were basically all lone cultivators, who did not have a very good background. All of a sudden they were filled with envy towards Ling Han. Chapter 1002, Beaten Until Bursting. Dot. As Wuxia moved continuously, he continued to open his mouth to roar. Sound waves blasted out one after another, and they all formed into human figures, brandishing staffs in attack towards Ling Han. Peng 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 peng. One staff strike followed after another. Though they could not damage Ling Han, it was still an attack of an elite in the high extreme in the end. Hence, Ling Han was stopped from advancing further, and he could not get near Wuxia. Ha, young man, your good background only allowed your foundations to surpass others, but fighting would still have to depend on experience. Wuxia exclaimed, laughing loudly. I have battled all the way until today and it has already been 210,000 years. How could you compare with me? Ling Han could not help but stare. To a person that had come from a small world, who was used to the limits of a normal lifespan, even a shattering void-tier cultivator would only be able to live around 1,000 years or so. Even if he himself had already leaped into the medium extreme, he had still not placed himself on that same level. His maximum lifespan had already reached 200,000 years. From this aspect his relative age was really frighteningly young. He smiled faintly and asked, Is that right? Just wait until I shatter that handsome face of yours, and we'll see if you can still smile like this. Wuxia inhaled a mouthful and then suddenly roared loudly. This time the human figure made of sound waves that appeared was at least 3 times bigger than before, and was wielding a sharp sword. The sound wave human surged over, and brandished his sword in a stab aimed directly at Ling Han's face. Ling Han humphed, stretched out his right hand, and the divine patterns of gravity were activated with a soft press. This figure formed of sound waves instantly dropped, its movements completely distorted. Pum. This sword from the sound wave human directly sliced into the ground, instantly cutting a massive hole in the wooden floor. Dust filled the air, causing a great many people to wave their hands to stop the intrusion of dust into their space. However, there were still a few people that were seated motionlessly. When the dust floated in their direction, it was stopped by an endless barrier and could not go any further. Those people looked ordinary, but if one took a closer look, they would realize that a frightening aura was hidden in their bodies. The moment it exploded, they could easily crush any mountain river tier cultivator to dust. They were all elites of the sun-moon tier. What? Wuxia was shocked. That attack just now was one of his most powerful, yet was easily dispersed just with Ling Han raising his hand. This was unacceptable to him. Ling Han kept up the attack and delivered a punch. Humph. Though Wuxia was stunned, he would not stand there and wait to be killed. He hurriedly retreated and opened his mouth to shoot out another sound attack. However, now that Ling Han had gotten serious, what threat could these sound waves pose to him? The divine patterns of gravity activated, and these sound waves were all compressed or even shattered completely. It should be known that a mountain river stone with a special attribute was extremely valuable, and the difficulty of obtaining one was very high, so how could their power be something ordinary? Ling Han once again used the divine patterns of gravity to affect Wuxia's movement technique, and instantly narrowed the distance between the two of them, his fist heavily crashing down. Wuxia stretched out his arms to parry, but with the effect of gravity, his actions were still a little too slow. Ling Han's fist forcefully invaded his defenses, and fell heavily on his face. Immediately the muscles on his face rolled out in multiple waves, and then split apart with a paw. He was sent flying, and just when he was about to collide with a pillar, a person jumped up and stretched out a hand to catch him. Otherwise, if the pillar broke due to the impact from the collision, this building could possibly collapse. When everyone looked once more at Wuxia, they couldn't help but be stunned. Half of his face had been reduced to nothing, and they could clearly see broken bones and torn flesh, which made for a very bloody scene. Enough. If the battle continues, it will really result in death. The one that had caught Hu Chiwei was an old man with a white beard. Previously, no one had paid him any attention, yet he had appeared so suddenly just like this. He was an elite of the Sun-Moon tier, and at this moment his aura was fully on display. Behind him, there was a complete set of Sun and Moon, showing that he was at the peak stage of the low extreme of the Sun-Moon tier. Elder Qian. Greetings, Elder Qian. A considerable number paid their respects. This old man had the surname of Qian, and his given name was Yi. He was an elder of the Great Chariot Gang. Even though he looked peaceful and kind, he was well known for his violent and cruel ways. The number that died in his hands was uncountable. Ling Han did not use the opportunity to pursue the matter further. He was only trying to make his position clear to stop others from slandering and tossing obscenities at Shui Yanyu. He nodded slightly at Chen Yi, then walked to the counter and said, "We would like accommodations." "One room or two?" the innkeeper asked. "One. Two." The former reply was from Ling Han, but Shui Yanyu hurriedly corrected him. "One." Ling Han placed his arm around Shui Yanyu, causing her body to soften, and the rebuttal she was just about to say became a pair of dazed eyes, electrifying enough to melt anyone's heart. "The accommodations here cost a true origin stone per day. While you are in our inn, we guarantee your safety. Of course, if you yourself want to fight with others, that is a different story. Please first pay for 10 days in advance. If you do not stay for the full duration, we will not be refunding the remaining amount. 10 days later, if you still want to continue staying here, then you will have to pay another 10 true origin stones," the innkeeper said. How black-hearted. The ships here left once every 3 days and most people would only stay for 2 to 3 days. But in this place they would have to pay the rent every 10 days and there was no refund either. Ling Han drew out 10 true origin stones and handed them over. This was only a paltry sum to him and he really did not care much for it. "Master, I'll lead the way," one of the workers said from the sidelines. He led Ling Han and Shui Yanyu up the stairs. There was a total of 5 floors and they went to the 4th. The room could definitely not be considered lavish or luxurious at all, but the purpose of staying in an inn was for the sake of safety. Those that stayed here obtained the protection of the Great Chariot Gang. Unless the Yang clan came to ask for them personally, this place was absolutely safe. "Do the two of you plan to rest first or come downstairs for a meal?" the waiter asked. "Rest. All right. Then I shall not disturb the both of you." The waiter retreated outside and closed the doors behind him. Immediately, only the two of them were left inside the room. When Shui Yanyu saw Ling Han approach, she hurriedly went on her guard and said, "Don't you mess around." Ling Han laughed and said, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. What thoughts are your head filled with?" He switched to using his divine sense to send a message and said, "Didn't you know that I have a spatial god tool? I'll bring you in now to take a look." Shui Yanyu immediately looked moved. That was a spatial god tool, a divine object that only existed in legends. Even the Empress herself could not possibly possess one. "Don't resist my divine sense," Ling Han said. And whoa! Shui Yanyu had just nodded, but who would have thought that Ling Han would suddenly kiss her, and her response instantly became woo-woo sounds. She quickly stretched out her hands to push him away, yet her hands became gradually weaker as she lost herself in Ling Han's passionate kiss. She was kissed to complete distraction, so she naturally did not guard her spirit. With that, Ling Han easily took her into the Black Tower. She did not realize it at first. A long while after Ling Han lifted his mouth, she finally came back to her senses and said in annoyance, "You damn pervert, you're again acting shameless." She had not even finished her words when she was dumbstruck with shock, stunned by the scene before her eyes. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."